And we are live. And this is the TWIS Minion Science Island Hangout. And we have a lot of exciting stories to talk about. And I've got two exciting participants joining me two minions. We have my Canadian friend, Dale Liebrecht. How you doing, Dale? Up in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. Lots of S's there.
Yeah, alphabet soup. That's exactly what it is.
And right now, we have Pamela Sue Taylor in Australia with Chelsea. She's being quiet. Chelsea just woke up a little while ago. So Chelsea is quite active. She probably wants waiting for Harry Potter to be read to her, where Pamela does all the voices of the different characters. Pamela gets to play, gets to do her own private little TV show, her own one-person audience who just loves everything she does. So, oh, that's great. We got some interesting science stories, no doubt. We got baby turtles in the Galapagos for the first time in 100 years. We got a reading device, a finger mounted. You put your little finger across it, and even though you may be blind, you're going to be able to hear what's being said. We got this injectable polymer to help stop bleeding for trauma patients. And we got some space stories. Enceladus's oceans may harbor hydrothermal stuff going on in Enceladus, whatever. Okay. I will get started. And I'm going to get started on the first story. Let's see. Everything has been working perfectly. Amazing. It's been working after 3 weeks of nothing going right in the Chromes. Now it is working. So I'm going to see if the old screen share will work. Let's see. Screen share. And there you go. If you can see it, you got yourself a turtle, a baby turtle. And this is a study from the Galapagos Conservancy. And for the first time in more than a century, giant tortoises have bred successfully on the Galapagos island of Pinzon, P-I-N-Z-O-N. And this announcement raises hopes for preserving some of the diversity that inspired Darwin's theory of evolution. Although Pinzon is one of the smaller islands in the Galapagos, it is located at the center of the archipelago. Oh boy. And its ecology has suffered from many of the same problems seen elsewhere. In the mid-19th century, black rats hatched to ride on sailing ships and proceeded to take over the island. Even a pack of rats are not up to taking on a fully grown tortoise, but they proceed to eat every egg they can find. Even any shorter-lived species would have been wiped out. But the tortoises live so long that adults just keep, it says, plodding on, waiting for something to save the species. In the 1960s, conservationists collected all of the unhatched eggs they could find on the island and incubated them and raised them on another island. 5 years later, the tortoises, now large enough to resist the rats, were returned to Pinzon. This bought the tortoises another decade, but clearly was not a long-term solution. But in 1912, park rangers they dropped poisonous baits to lure the rats on the island, provided treats they hoped to distract the tortoises and cross their fingers. The rats took the bait, and the tortoises didn't. This is a survey, as I say. The person who did this particular study was James Gibbs of State University of New York. And as part of the survey, he has found that there are now 300 adult tortoises on the island. And if you can see 300, he's guessing there's probably 500 on the island itself. The salvation of any species is exciting, but the pins-on operation has some extra features. This paper, the Dodo, described the event as a first-of-its-kind operation with potential to be applied to many other isolated island ecosystems. Moreover, the observations of this Mr. Lawson, a vice governor in Darwin's day, that he could tell which island the tortoise came from by the shape of its shell, was a key moment in the development of Darwin's thinking. Pinzon, being a relatively dry island, is inhabited by saddleback tortoises. And these are one of the smaller Galapagos species. Across the island, tortoise populations plunged from several hundred thousand to around 3,000 in the 70s, rebounded to 15,000 today, and that's in all of the islands. And hopefully these numbers will keep on increasing. And I'm going to have a link to the Galapagos Conservancy, because I like what they wrote about conservation. I mean, why should we try to save any one particular species, such as a tortoise? And it says, to visit the Galapagos Islands is to experience a world before humans, a land out of time, where animals never learned to fear people, a land isolated from the modern world. But the things that make these islands special also make them fragile. Today, the Galapagos Islands are at risk due to a growing human and, of course, rat population, overuse of limited natural resources, and constant introductions of invasive species and diseases add stress to the island, which is already beginning to experience the effects of global climate change. We at the Galapagos Conservancy cannot imagine a world without the magic of the Galapagos unique plants and animals. Generations to come deserve to know about these islands and the diversity of wildlife they call home. And I think you've got these isolated pockets. Some of them are on islands. You may have some in mountains. There are caves you might have. And each of these ecosystems, they really can be almost a perfect laboratory. It's hard to find elsewhere. So you can monitor the effects of something like climate change. You can get in your little time capsule almost. You can see in the Galapagos Islands, you can see an environment that's been there perhaps for thousands of years. You can understand how even a minor change can have such a dramatic effect. So I think these are important for conservation, important for us, not just because it's a feel-good story, if you will, but also because they can really serve as a good monitoring point. I think of climate change. Here in the Galapagos, you've got an environment that hasn't changed for like 2,000 years. So you've got this standard. You don't have the impact of things like industry and other things, all these different factors to worry about. You can really monitor the Galapagos Islands, and you can get a better idea of how climate change works. I'm done. How do you think, Dale?
You're freezing up a lot on my end here. Am I freezing on your end at all?
No.
Okay. Strange. Okay. Well, turtles.
I dropped my high-speed connection to a lower-speed connection. I don't know if that makes any difference. It didn't make any difference last year when I was using Internet Express. So maybe it is something about Chrome. Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe. I've been having some router problems here. It's supposed to get fixed up tomorrow, so it could be my router dropping out. If I drop out, you'll know why.
Okay.
So yeah, with the turtles, I think that's interesting. So they think it's sort of like it's stuck in time, like an untouched sort of wilderness. Is that what they're getting at?
That's one of the points, yes. Or it was until sailing ships arrived.
Right. So it was a point where it was sort of untouched and they could study it. So yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm all for tortoises.
The worst thing that people can do is go to Galapagos Islands as a tourist. It's something that, where I would be desperate to see, but unless you're going there for science, you're infecting it. I mean, scientists are infecting it as well, but at least they're trying to get something out of it. But just to go there as a tourist, it's really the worst thing you can do. It's almost untouched since, well, Darwin discovered it, didn't he? Darwin.
I'm
That's
going
where
to guess it was James Cook, the British explorer,
No,
but I don't know.
He came up with the theory of evolution on the Galapagos Island. Yeah, Charles Darwin. Yeah. So it's almost untouched since then. So if you love it, if you treasure it, don't go there.
And I was also thinking, Pamela, about the interior of Australia. Now, I'm going to guess there's no longer any part of Australia that hasn't been affected by European settlement. You have mines and things. But it is closer to the environment that the indigenous people had than, say, like certainly the United States, where you don't have, that's gone. There's none of that original environment around anywhere. But in Australia, at least you have some of it.
Yeah, definitely. We've still got some. Yeah. And I hope it stays that way. For a while.
Okay. I will move on to the next story. And well, this is how technology is really helping people with all kinds of medical problems. I'm thinking, for instance, of people who are deaf, people who are blind, and now they're developing technology so that these people can be fully immersed in society. And this is an MIT laboratory, researchers at MIT, and what they've built is the prototype. In fact, this one I also want to screen share so that you can see a picture of what the device looks like. Okay. We really need to have a tight coupling between what the person hears and where the fingertip is. And this is Ray Shilkrot, an MIT graduate student, who working with Joachim Huber, he's the lead author on the paper. For visually impaired users, this is a translation. It's something that translates whatever the finger is seeing to the audio. They really need a fast, real-time feedback to maintain this connection. If it's broken, it breaks the illusion. The paper also reports the results of a usability study conducted with vision-impaired volunteers in which the researchers tested several variations of their device. One included 2 haptic motors. one on the top of the finger and the other beneath it. The vibration of the motors indicated whether the subject should lower or raise the tracking finger. Another version without the motors instead used audio feedback, a musical tone that increased in volume if the user's finger began to drift away from the line of text. The researchers also tested the motors and musical tone in conjunction. There was no consensus among the subjects, however, on which was better. Developing a version of the software that runs on Android phones is also something they're trying to do. And I've lost the page. Well, that's okay. The researchers have also discovered that their device may have broadened applications that they hadn't initially realized. Since we started working on that, it really became obvious to us that anyone who needs help with reading can benefit from this. We get many emails and requests from organizations, but also parents of children with dyslexia, for instance. It's a good idea to use the finger in place of eye motion, because fingers are like the eye, capable of quickly moving with intention in X and Y, and can scan things quickly. Roger Staton, a physician and engineer with joint appointments at the Carnegie Mellon's Robotic Institute, is also developing a finger-mounted device that gives visually impaired users information about distant objects. This is a pretty cool device.
You know what? I don't get it. Am I missing something? Because isn't there software that can just simply read out text that you can audibly just listen to it?
Well, okay, let me think. With
Like, we're
talking about the user controlling. So for well, once you have more voice-activated devices, like Siri, perhaps, maybe you wouldn't need this.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be eliminated very, very quickly. As like Siri is getting better all the time. It's not going to get worse. And there's lots of I think there's lots of software out there that can simply read text to you, right, in a computer voice.
Well,
so
it wouldn't be. It's the idea of you controlling. So you want to read a particular sentence, stop and do something else, get back. This device gives the individual, through their finger, the ability to. No, it doesn't give them the ability to stop at any point. Not really.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good question, Dale.
Yeah, I think this is maybe interesting, but
I'll read one sentence here that I left out. The key to the system's real-time performance is in algorithm for processing the camera's feed, which they developed. Each time the user positions his or her finger at the start of a new line, the algorithm makes a host of guesses about the baseline of letters. Since most lines of text include letters whose bottoms descend below the baseline, and because skewed orientations of the fingers can cause the system to cause nearby lines, these guesses will differ. Well, that's not going to help.
I don't know. Like, to me, they spent a lot of time trying to solve a problem that doesn't need to be solved, maybe.
I'm going to guess there must be short-term solutions. Short-term, the next 5 years or so, I don't know. I mean, a lot, I don't know. I agree with you, though, that once you get really good voice recognition devices, then you controlling it. I am blind. Okay, I've got my finger on the device. Now I'm blind, but now I'm speaking. I'm speaking to a voice recognition device. That would seem to me to be better.
Yeah, I would
Just
think
trying
so.
to read something.
Yeah, it's more enabling, I would think.
I don't know.
Only the blind would know.
Yeah. Well, I hope, and it's possible maybe this can be developed and have other applications. But I agree with you. I don't really see how this could be better than voice recognition devices, unless they get better.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, some postgrads were, they sold somebody on it. They got some grant money.
Yeah, they did. And they built some interesting algorithms. So,
okay. Now this I know this is going to have some practical applications, and I know we've read about devices, about these technologies before, and it's an injectable polymer that keeps trauma patients from bleeding. And perhaps you could cover that?
Sure. A new injectable polymer that strengthens blood clots called Polystat has been created by researchers. Administered in a simple shot, the polymer finds unseen injuries and has the potential to keep trauma patients from bleeding to death before reaching medical care. Most military battlefield casualties die before ever reaching a surgical hospital. Of those soldiers who might potentially survive, most die from uncontrolled bleeding. In some cases, there's not much medics can do. A tourniquet won't stop bleeding from a chest wound, and clotting treatments that require refrigerated or frozen blood products aren't always available in the field. That's why University of Washington researchers have developed a new injectable polymer that strengthens blood clots called Polystat. Administered in a simple shot, the polymer finds any unseen or internal injuries and starts working immediately. The new polymer, described in a paper featured on the cover of March 4th issue of Science Translational Medicine, could become a first line of defense in everything from battlefield injuries to rural car accidents to search and rescue missions deep in the mountains. It's been tested on rats, and researchers say it could be in human trials in 5 years. In the initial study with rats, 100% of animals injected with Polystat survived a typically lethal injury to the femoral artery. Only 20% of rats treated with the natural protein that helps blood clots survived. Most of the patients who die from bleeding die quickly. So this is something you could potentially put in a syringe inside a backpack and give right away to reduce blood loss and keep the people alive long enough to make it to medical care. The UW team was inspired by factor VIII, a natural protein found in the body that helps strengthen blood clots. Normally after an injury, platelets in the blood begin to congregate at the wound and form an initial barrier. Then a network of specialized fibers called fibrin start weaving themselves throughout the clot to reinforce it. If that scaffolding can't withstand the pressure of blood pushing against it, the clot breaks apart and the patient keeps bleeding. Both Polystat and factor VIII strengthen clots by fibrin strands together and adding crosslinks that reinforce the lattice work of the natural bandage. It's like the difference between twisting two ropes together and weaving a net. The synthetic Polystat offers greater protection against natural enzymes that dissolve blood clots. Those help during the healing process, but they work against doctors trying to keep patients from bleeding to death. The enzymes which cut fibrin strands don't target the synthetic Polystat bonds that are now integrated into the clot. That helps keep the blood clots intact in the critical hours after an injury. We were really testing how robust the clots were that formed. The animals injected with Polystat bled much less, and 100% of them lived. The synthetic polymer offers advantages over conventional hemorrhaging treatments, and White also said, who also treats trauma patients at Seattle's Harborview Medical Center. Blood products are expensive, need careful storage, and they can grow bacteria and carry infectious disease, he said. Plus, the hundreds of proteins introduced into a patient's body during a transfusion can have unintended consequences. After a traumatic injury, the body also begins to lose a protein that's critical to forming fibrin. Once those levels drop below a certain threshold, existing treatments stop working and patients are more likely to die. In the study, researchers found that polystat worked to strengthen clots even in cases where the fibrin building blocks were critically low. The UW team used also a highly specific peptide that only binds to fibrin at the wound site. It does not bind to a precursor of fibrin that circulates throughout the body. That means polystat shouldn't form dangerous clots that can lead to stroke or embolism. Though the polymer's initial safety profile looks promising, researchers said, next steps, including testing on larger animals and additional screening to find out if it binds to any other unintended substances. They also plan to investigate its potential for treating hemophilia and for integration into bandages. That's pretty cool. I'd like to know how it actually seeks out where the bleed occurs and repairs just the specific area.
I don't know if there's a link there to the abstract, and that will help you. I can't answer that question, but it's going to go, if it works out, if their clinical studies with humans work out, it's another situation where you can get a treatment or you can deal with some trauma very quickly, before you get to the emergency room or before the emergency person will get to you. If you do have something, right there in the office or in your backpack, as you say, that you could inject. I know friends like insulin. I have friends who are diabetics and they carry insulin with them, so that when their blood sugar level starts going out of whack, they can immediately inject themselves with the insulin. This is kind of like that in this case. If you had a real significant trauma, a real injury with a lot of bleeding, or the battlefield, and you have that syringe, and you can just inject it, and it can it would save lives.
Well, and beyond that, like they talked about the worst cases, which are if you have a femoral bleed, a femoral artery, or an aortic artery, you die from those very, very quickly. And yeah, it would help those for sure. But let's not forget about something a little bit more minor, which is say something below the knee, an artery below the knee that can be more controlled with a tourniquet. Now, tourniquets are great because you cut off the blood flow, but when you do that, anything below that tourniquet will begin to die. So if you're able to keep the tourniquet on for less time and have less pressure on it, and you can increase the blood flow a little bit quicker than you would without this drug or whatever it is they're treating you with, that would mean that you have a higher probability of that body part maintaining full function once the repairs are done. Mm-hmm. So even for minor things, it could have a large impact for almost anything. It could be standard treatment.
Pamela's informing us our friend Justin Jackson is on the way. We better cover some science before this whole thing goes off the rails. We're going to have some really fun discussions with Justin when he does show up. But I was also wondering, the mechanism. They're talking about hemophiliacs. If this can in some way, if like the diabetic, insulin is for a diabetic, something like this could work for a hemophiliac.
Certainly sounds like it.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that now it's being injected into rats with success. Hopefully it translates that well for humans, and it's not finding targets that are inappropriate within the human body. Hopefully there's no other proteins or binding sites that it's locking onto that are more detrimental. But boy, that would be handy to have every ambulance, every medic, if they had that in their kit. That would be very good.
And they said 100% success. So it worked in 100% of the cases with rats. They didn't mention any side effects, but they alluded to some possibilities. But still, again, it's mice, it's rats. That's not a human being.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Space news. Got some space stories to talk about. Have I got the right one? Yes, I've got the right one. Number 4. And this is NASA's Cassini spacecraft has provided scientists with the first clear evidence that Saturn's moon, Enceladus, exhibits signs of present-day hydrothermal activity which may resemble that seen in the deep oceans on Earth. The implications of such activity in a world other than our own planet opens up unprecedented scientific possibilities. These findings add to the possibility that Enceladus, which contains a subsurface ocean and displays remarkable geologic activity, could contain environments suitable for living organisms. The locations in our solar system where extreme environments occur, in which life might exist, could bring us closer to understanding life, etc. Hydrothermal activity occurs where salt water infiltrates and reacts with a rocky crust and emerges as a heated, mineral-laden solution in a natural occurrence in Earth's oceans. According to 2 scientific papers, the results are the first clear indications on an icy moon that something similar may be happening. In the first paper, relates to microscopic grains of rock detected by Cassini in the Saturn system. An extensive 4-year analysis of data by Cassini, a 4-year analysis of data from the spacecraft, computer simulations, and laboratory experiments led researchers to the conclusion the tiny grains most likely form when hot water containing dissolved minerals from the moon's rocky interior travels upward, coming into contact with cooler water. Temperatures required for the interaction that produce the tiny rock grains would be at least 194 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 90 degrees Celsius. Cassini's Cosmic Dust Analyzer instrument, the CDA, repeatedly detected minuscule rock particles rich in silicon, even before Cassini entered Saturn's orbit in 2004. By process of elimination, the CDA team concluded these particles must be grains of silica, which is found in the sand and mineral quartz on Earth. The consistent size of the grains observed by Cassini, the largest of which was 6 to 9 nanometers, was the clue that told the researchers a specific process was responsible. Okay. We methodically searched for other alternative explanations for the nanoscale grains, but every new result pointed to a single most likely origin. The extreme small size of the silica particles also suggests they travel upward relatively quickly from their hydrothermal origin to the near surface source of the moon's geysers. Now, going on to the other paper, this is the Geophysical Research Letter, suggests hydrothermal activity is one of 2 likely sources of methane in the plume of gas and ice particles that erupts from the south polar region of Enceladus. The team found that at high pressures expected on the moon's oceans, icy materials called cathrates could form that imprisoned methane molecules within a crystal structure of water ice. These models indicate that this process is so efficient in depleting the ocean of methane that the researchers still needed an explanation for its abundance in the plume. In one scenario, hydrothermal processes supersaturate the ocean with methane. This could occur if methane is produced faster than it is converted into cathrates. The second possibility is that methane cathrates from the ocean are dragged along into the erupting plumes and release their methane as they rise like bubbles forming in a popped bottle of champagne. The authors agree both scenarios are likely occurring to some degree, but they note the presence of nanoscale grains, as documented by the other study, favors the hydrothermal scenario. Cassini first revealed active geological processes on Enceladus in 2005, with evidence of an icy spray issuing from the moon's south polar region and higher than expected temperatures in the icy surface there. With its powerful suite of complementary scientific instruments, the mission soon revealed a towering, they say, plume of water, ice, and vapor, salts, and organic materials that issue from relatively warm fractures on the wrinkled surface. Gravity science results, published in 2004, strongly suggest the presence of a 6-mile deep ocean beneath an ice shell between 19 to 25 miles thick.
That's pretty thick.
So we have geological activity, and with these instruments, we're getting a much better idea of exactly what that process is.
We need to get a probe onto the surface.
Yeah, which we will someday. Well, I don't know how far into the interior the instruments on Cassini can penetrate. If you had really, really precise instruments, and I don't know if Cassini does, you might even be able to go into it, hew in on one of these fractures, possibly even look inside it. Don't know. Possibility.
That would be cool. That'd be really cool if they found life.
That we will find life. Well, I'm going to bet. I'm going to place my bet, Dale, that we will find some kind of living organism, even if it's not Earth-like, on one of these moons, or perhaps even on Mars. I like the odds. Where you have it, you got to have chemistry happening. You got to have interactions happening, and they are happening. That's my bet.
That's a good point.
All right. Moving on to another excellent article by our friend Amy Lynn Thompson. She's been on our Hangouts before. She posts to our This Week Science with a Twist group in Facebook. And she published an article in The Verge talking about the successful test firing of one of the NASA rockets, the one that's going to actually bring us to Mars. And I'm editing this, as I try to with most stories. I'm including in the show notes links to all of these articles, and I highly recommend you read this one. In fact, there's some really neat pictures. So I'm going to try the screen share thing again. Come on. Okay. Hopefully, can you see the picture?
Oh, I just see a picture of you right now.
Uh-oh. Okay.
But sometimes I see that and then I watch the YouTube video later and it's fine.
I'm going to try, because there's some really neat pictures here, so I'm going to try one more time. Okay.
Yeah, there, I see it now.
Okay. There you get the blast. A real blast. In fact, there you have it in a GIF, or a GIF, depending on how you want to pronounce that. This is the first of 2 planned qualification tests designed to validate the booster's performance, and it went off without a hitch. The rocket motor fired for the full duration, thundering through the mountainside. There's some more pictures here. Whoa! That is thundering through the mountainside. The development of NASA's Space Launch System is the largest engineering feat since the Apollo era. Data collected from today's test will ensure the program is capable of launching humans to Mars and beyond. Today's test, dubbed Qualification Motor 1, is a test of the SLS 5-segmented solid rocket motor, meant to evaluate how the booster operates at high temperatures. The booster hardware is heated to 90 degrees Fahrenheit before the propellant is ignited. The test is being run because the propellant in the booster burns faster at hotter temperatures, and the burn rate is a key component of the performance before and during launch. To prepare the booster for the test, the rollaway test stand cover was heated over the course of several days until sensors within the booster signaled that the hardware reached the targeted 90 degrees. Let's see if we got some other pictures here. No, that was it. Okay. Before the first historical launch, the different components must be thoroughly tested. The launcher's initial thrust capacity is expected to exceed 8 million pounds, with 3/4 of that provided by 2 solid rocket boosters. That's 3.5 million pounds of thrust per booster, roughly the equivalent of the acceleration of 1,000 NASCAR stock cars. Following the retirement of NASA's shuttle fleet, the agency has been diligently working on its next heavy lift vehicle, one capable of taking humans further than ever before. Mixed with elements from the space shuttle and Apollo eras, NASA's Space Launch System will be the most powerful launcher ever built, with the goal of ferrying people to deep space. Throughout the 2-minute test, the booster systems were monitored as all of the propellant burned. And then in 2016, a second booster test will be conducted to see how the booster performs under cold temperatures as well. These 2 qualification tests are integral steps in getting the booster certified to fly on the first 2 planned flights of SLS in 2018, and a key step onward to Mars. On the surface, when it launches, SLS will employ 2 identical solid rocket boosters, just like the ones that flew on the space shuttle, each one measuring 177 feet tall and 12 feet in diameter, larger than the Statue of Liberty is from feet to torch. On the surface, the SLS SRBs look fairly similar to the ones used during the shuttle program, for good reason. Each SLS booster is comprised of 5 segments, one more than the older shuttle, and many of these boosters are being reused. Reused, there you go, NASA. The 5-segmented booster is capped off with a forward skirt nose cap and FRUSTUM, whatever that is, at the top, and an aft skirt at the bottom, housing all the avionics, with a vertical aft skirt which supports the entire weight of the motor. All of the leftover parts, I love that, the leftover parts, on fewer than 12 space shuttles, and all were refurbished and purchased on Kennedy Space Center booster fabrication facility. We're using reused stuff. Wonderful. The booster used in today's static fire is full of history. At the base of the booster sits the same aft skirt used in the very first shuttle launch. Additionally, the booster is topped off with a forward dome used to cap the solid rocket booster on the very first flight of the space program. Altogether, the boosters and the currently planned exploration missions will use hardware from 23 total space flights. Aside from the first and last shuttle missions. Others of note are the first mission to begin assembling the International Space Station. And I will stop there. Once again, well, I mean, it worked. This is terrific. Once again, we're talking about reusing. There we go. Reusing parts from other rockets and tests and stuff. Are you impressed, Dale?
You know what? I don't think so. They're using reused parts. They're doing test fires on the ground. It almost feels like NASA's just trying to keep this all alive, to keep interest. You know, with all this reused stuff, are they not just, what are they gaining from this?
I'm guessing it's economic reasons, primarily. That's my guess.
Almost feels like they're trying to copy SpaceX and Elon Musk's. You know, Elon has created a fad within the space community about coming up with reusable methods of using things. Maybe it's you know, government is now being forced to also not be so hasty with the money and find ways to reuse their materials.
That's a good point, and I'm sure that's part of it. I'm absolutely sure that's part of it. They have some budget constraints. You have to do a test. This is a very powerful piece of machinery. The timeline, however, might be slower than it needs to be if they had more money. That's certainly a possibility. They certainly want to be careful, and so they want to take these prudently, within a prudent time frame. But I'm sure money is a factor. Dale has just dropped out. Dale, like me, has been having trouble with Chrome and with these internet connections. We're at the mercy of the internet here, people. What do you think, Pamela?
I've been listening. I've just been. Well, yeah, I think it's a. I don't think NASA has any money. I think they're broke. Well, the whole U.S. government's broke, isn't it? So, you know. Yeah, I've just been wrestling.
Broke-ish.
Hard. Broke-ish. I've been rescuing some board out of my daughter's mouth. So. But yes, NASA's on a budget with everyone else.
Jani, are you sleeping? I'm hearing some background. Oh, poor Jani, he had the flu. You completely recovered there?
What is the background noise there?
Oh, fuck me.
I have background stream going.
Yeah, I saw Jani. Jani showed a picture. He was in his car wearing short-sleeved shirt. Now, to him, it was probably a heat wave, but it was 40 degrees. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not walking outside in a short-sleeved shirt when it's 40 degrees out. 6 Celsius. I'm going to wait a little bit before we get on to the next story because it's pretty complicated. It has that word quantum in it. When I see the word quantum, that's kind of a Dale type story more than an Ed type story. Great, you're back.
In between, further to last week, I was just looking for something else, and I found my life straw. So remember, I couldn't find it last week. So if I was in an emergency situation last week, I would have died. But I've got it now. It was in a bag. Anyway.
Wow.
And
that's pretty big.
That works. How does that work exactly?
You open this end and put it in the the dirty water, and then you open this end before you dye, and you drink the water through it, and it filters out everything except fluoride.
So it looks like, I wonder if they're using nanopore technology. Like,
I don't think so. Just have on the website.
Filtering
Did you have a
system
look?
inside.
Yeah, it is. It's really good filter, and this will do 1,000 liters.
Have you ever used it?
Yeah.
And it worked because you're
Yeah,
still
used-
here.
Yeah. Yeah, we used them we went camping, and the dirtiest place I used it was about 20 minutes west of Charleville in outback Queensland at a camping spot where the water was brown. Ew. But it was fine. It came through pretty much the same as the water that I've tasted. I've been to Evian, like it's a real place. So, yeah.
So the water is comfortable. I'm sorry, nobody spoke. Go ahead, Dale.
I just thought it was really cool that great for the third world if they're cheap enough. How expensive is it?
Well, that's the thing. They're Australian. They're about $30, but for every one sold, one is donated to someone who doesn't have access to clean drinking water.
Oh, perfect.
If you buy one for yourself when you go camping or in case of a disaster or whatever, because I've not at the moment, but I've lived most of my life in a cyclone zone, so the water can back up, and I have yet to be in a situation where I don't have clean drinking water, but it has happened to people I know, So like you get sewerage back up your pipes, So if you buy one for you, then someone who needs one every day of their life gets one too.
That's a really cool idea.
Yeah, and it's given, I can't say the increasing pollution problem in our water supply, but there's certainly, I read almost monthly, some place in the United States has got a water problem. I remember the last one was, or one of them about a month or so ago, was I think Lake Michigan had a problem. And people in perhaps Toledo, Ohio, had no drinking water for like a week. So, I mean, that's going to help you individually. It's going to help each person who has that. I don't know how much of a supply you could get so you could fill up your use it for cooking. What I meant. Hello, Kyle. And Kyle appears, and Dale disappears. The disappearing hangout. Let's see. I can go on to the next story. I'll give it a shot.
Hang on, I was just going to say, sorry about the live straw. I've only got the straw, but you can buy it's like a bucket, and it'll do 18,000 liters, so you can filter water for cooking, and you can also buy a drink bottle with the filter in the top, so you can just drink straight out of it and take it with you.
Okay.
But they do have products as well for all of that.
Yeah, that should be in every emergency kit. Okay, I'm going to attempt to go on to another. Okay. Hello, Kyle. How you doing?
Well, I got my headsets to work.
That's good. You look cool with your space glasses on.
Well, there's just some glasses I grabbed off the Walmart rack. We get them every once in a while. I had my other pair that was in all my other pose. But then I scratched them up, and then we got a pair, but I didn't have the money at the time to go get it, so I was like, darn it, because I could have replaced them.
Well, you look like you're ready to hop on that next NASA rocket to Mars.
I'm sure I do.
Let's see the lineup. To move on. Anybody, of course, can pop in and talk about anything they want to. I'm going to try to make my way through this particular article. It's talking about evolution, and it's from Duke University. It's got a lot of words in here that I don't understand. It's us understanding how the genome works may be one of the most important kinds of scientific research we can do. If we know that, if we get that nailed, man, there isn't a single medical problem we can't solve. In this particular research, and I will read it, the molecular machines that copy DNA in a living cell are amazingly fast and accurate at pairing up the correct base pairs into new double helix. They work by recognizing the shape of the right base combinations and discarding those that don't fit together correctly. Yet for approximately every 10,000 to 100,000 bases copied, these machines make a mistake that, if uncorrected, will be immortalized in the genome as a mutation. And we need these mistakes, of course.
Mutations are good.
Yes, they are. We're here. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for mutations. For decades, researchers have wondered how these seemingly random errors are made. Some hypothesized that DNA bases can change shapes, transiently morphing into an alternative state to, it says, trick the replication machinery into incorporating the wrong base pairs into the DNA. But no one has been able to watch this process. Now, Duke University researchers have witnessed DNA bases making the slightest of changes. I mean, this is amazing technology, how they can observe this. Shifting a single atom from one spot to another, or simply getting rid of it altogether to temporarily mimic the shape of a different base. And they're calling this quantum jitters. Very rare and only flicker into existence for 1,000th of a second. 1,000th of a second. And they were able to observe it. Amazing. The study will appear in March 12th in Nature. That's today. Indicate that these jitters appear at about the same frequency that the DNA copying machinery makes mistakes, which might make them the basis of random genetic changes that drive evolution in diseases like cancer. Key paragraph for me. The structure of DNA is inherently tailored to allow mistakes to happen. These mistakes are critical because if we never made them, well, the ribosomal machinery in the genome never made them, we would never evolve. But if we made too many of them, our genes would mutate out of control and we wouldn't survive. These quantum jitters appear to tune the frequency of these spontaneous mutations to just the right level. So it's an interaction that we're talking about. DNA's elegant design consists of two long strands of twisted around each other like a spiral staircase with steps made up of four chemicals called base pairs. I'm going to skip ahead. The arrangement of these atoms allow G to pair with C, and they're talking about base pairs, interlocking pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Trying to rush through this a little bit. When DNA is copied, the replication machinery is careful to only incorporate the perfect fit. Interesting. They call these perfect fit, or these base pairs, Watson and Crick base pairs. Because DNA shapeshifting involves atomic level movements in larger molecules, it has been impossible to detect by conventional methods. So this particular team used a sophisticated technique called NMR, relaxation dispersion, which he likens to MRI on steroids to observe it. I mean, it is pretty amazing, witnessing something in 1,000th of a second. The researchers used the NMR technique to track the migration, tracking the migration of a single atom, hydrogen atoms among the nitrogen and oxygen atoms of the GT bases. Normally, G doesn't pair up very well with T because they both have hydrogen atoms protruding from their surfaces. This tiny movement, or quantum jitter, takes such an enormous amount of energy that bases are successful at accomplishing the feat only once out of every 10,000 or so attempts. Even then, they can only hold their shape for a very short period of time, 50 to 200 microseconds, before the hydrogens pop back into their original position. So you've got 50 to 200 microseconds. That's just amazing. The researchers look back at, and if I say amazing a lot, because I'm amazed. The researchers look back at previous biological studies and found that these rare alternate states appear in the DNA about as often as the polymerase machinery's copying era. So you're seeing two interactions happening. And obviously they think one is connected to the other. This is a remarkable study that illuminates a fundamental mechanism responsible for the random mutations that drive evolution and contribute to cancer. A fellow by the name of Kimsey said that a better understanding of how these jitters arise could help in development of a new treatment to fight cancer and viruses. This will help in everything, almost everything, any kind of disease formation. Okay, I'll finish. We know that certain carcinogens, like the 5-bromide something or other, can make these jitters occur more frequently. Therefore, we can use this technology to tailor drugs that more rapidly induce cancer cell or viruses to make so many mistakes that they mutate uncontrollably and eventually die. So that's understanding the mechanism of mutation.
I think it's interesting that they were able to track that atom all the way throughout the body, because the atom's like so small. I mean, it's not visible to us, and it's visible to the machine, but still.
Yeah, you're talking about microseconds, and how you have to make that observation in such a fast time frame. I don't know. That's about all I can think of to say about that story. There'll be links in the show notes. You out there who can understand this kind of process better than me will get a chance to read the whole story. If Dale pops back in, he's my go-to guy when it comes to the genome. I'll read a couple of these paragraphs to him so he can perhaps comment on them. Do I want to go on? Yes, I will go on. There should be one. Hopefully Dale will pop back in. Justin Jackson from the TWIS team will pop in. And there are a couple of interesting discussions I'd like us to get involved in. One, these are two science stories that went on TWIS last night. Justin was talking about them. One dealt with implanting artificial memories in mice. I don't know if that's such a great thing. So, should it be done with humans?
Yeah, it was successful. I saw it the moment they made it successful.
In mice?
In mice, yeah. Lots more sleeper agents.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I would want, if I have a problem with a memory, instead of erasing that memory, I think it's better to deal with it. Now, of course, there's individuals, because they may be so traumatized that it might be, maybe the only way they can get on with their lives might be to, in effect, erase a particular memory. Implanting a new memory, man, that's too far out there. I can't see how implanting a new memory for a human can be in any way good, but it's possible that understanding that technology could help in subliminally learning something, playing a tape overnight when you're asleep or something like that. Could have applications. I have my doubts. And Justin did another story, and we'll get into the question of psychedelic drugs. And there have been studies that show that LSD isn't as harmful as we had thought previously. But, and I want to get into discussion of recreational drug use, should it ever be allowed. Wait a second. Had to blow my nose, and that's not something you want to see in the Hangout. Okay. I'm going to go on to another story. And this is from Tufts University. We have, there's Chelsea. Chelsea is up and around.
I see Chelsea too. Looks happy.
Yes, she does. She seems to be a very happy baby.
Right.
But then, of course, she always has Pamela around.
Yeah, Pamela rocks. Who wouldn't be happy? Look, there she is. Yeah.
All right.
It's a game.
We'll let Pamela play with Chelsea, and I will go forging ahead into another science story. And this is Tufts University in Medford, Massachusetts. And we got this guy named Michael Levine. And he's been doing some really weird stuff. Creating, it says here, zoological oddities. He's got a flatworm with, this guy, a real Dr. Frankenstein type guy. He's got a flatworm with 4 heads. He's got a frog with 6 legs. He's got a tadpole with a 3rd eye. And he's experimenting with all of this to understand how mutations work. With his latest study, he gave us what he thinks is a better understanding about something called bioelectricity. And bioelectricity in frog brains. They showed that brain development in frog embryos is shaped by changes in the voltage gradient across cell membranes. These bioelectric signals create a means of communication that allows the cells to coordinate their efforts with their neighbors. By modulating their voltage gradients, the researchers were able to stimulate the growth of extra brain tissue. There you go, extra brain tissue. Even compensating for brain defects caused by genetic mutation. It's a long way from clinic, but he's suggesting they might have some application in modulating the brain's bioelectricity in humans. Basically, anytime you need more brain tissue, this could be useful. I don't know about that. But hopefully the guy's right, because I could certainly use more memory brain tissue, that's for sure. Anything else?
Couldn't we all?
Justin is here. You've saved me. I'm the guy. I'm just kind of sit here talking about quantum stuff. I got no idea what I'm talking about here.
Right. Nobody does when it comes to the quantum stuff. And I look at everything that has the word quantum in front of it as though it's probably bullshit.
Quantum
the word quantum is now attached to so much metaphysical gobbledygook that I almost by default hear the word quantum and I go, unless they're talking about physics and only physics, it's probably bullshit.
Quantum is kind of a placeholder, like dark matter. It's almost becoming that. You throw it into the title.
Quantum is a scale. Quantum is a scale. This is what quantum is. Quantum is a scale. It's a description of explaining a scale at which things are happening. A very, very tiny scale at which things are taking place. So when you know, it's almost as though we said, well, you know, metric consciousness or metric in metric physics, it's like, no, you're talking about a measurement system. It doesn't automatically mean something ethereal, mysterious, where all of the laws of physics don't apply. Quantum physics is still deterministic. It is still deterministic. There's probability in Heisenberg, blah, 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 in terms of measurements. It is not a dimension in which everything and anything you want to happen can happen. Just isn't. It is not related to consciousness. It's not the actions of gods. It's just a measurement. The scale, it's a scale, and the uncertainty comes with measurement, not in outcomes. And outcomes, deterministic again. Back to ping pong billiard ball physics for the most part.
Well, quantum, everything happens at the quantum level. If you drill down to everything happening in our universe, if you drill down, you're talking about an interaction between two particles. So you can drill everything that happens in our universe down to the quantum level. But I don't know that using that word really tells you a whole lot.
No, it's a scale way down, going down. But you could also say, but all the results of quantum activity happen at the cosmological level. That's the saying. Everything in between is meaningless. The actual result of it is just what planets are where, what galaxies are orbiting what other galaxies, and that's the actual result. And everything else is just transition in between. No, there's the level that you and I interact with the universe. There's the level that atoms and molecules are interacting with the universe. There's the level that, but these are scales at which these events are taking place. It doesn't make one, it's not a fundamental hierarchy where one thing is really preferenced in importance over the other. It really isn't. And the effects of the quantum world, standard physics, classical physics, explains the world just as well at a certain macro level. You know, it's a scale. It's not the determiner of it. And then there's going to be, oh, there's a Planck scale. Oh, that's the basis of quantum, right? Yes, until Leonard Susskind starts talking to you about sub-Planck scales. Then you're like, oh, there's a thing before the thing, which is the thing that makes the other thing.
Now it's the amazing thing to me is the ability to observe anything at the quantum level. In one of the stories I read, they were talking about looking at a mutation as it occurs, observing something happening in the genome in microseconds, like 10,000th of a second, and they are able to observe it. They were able to observe what could be actual mutation happening, a little base pair popping in, and then the mechanism doesn't want it to happen because it's a mutation, but it kind of pops in there, and then every once in a while, if it and it pops in there only for like 10,000th of a second, but every once in a while, the evolutionary machinery doesn't correct the error, and if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here. So it's the ability to observe something that quickly and at that scale that's just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
All right. You talked about a couple of things last night on good old TWIS, Justin.
I've heard of this show before.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you remember it, because one of them had to do with artificial memories implanted into sleeping mice that influences the animal's behavior when they wake up. Mm-hmm. Is it ringing a bell?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes. This sounds familiar.
And I had the question, should this kind of, and I'm saying chemical manipulation, should we ever do this sort of stuff with a human being? Could there be any application? I can see where you have a person who's traumatized, can't do anything, so you must remove perhaps the memory. Mm-hmm. But implanting a memory?
Right. So very, very terrifying. Very, right, from the Orwellian sort of perspective, or the even to the contrary, it would be probably utilized not so much in the Orwellian, in the United States at least, but more likely the Brave New World scenario, where the clones, there's different groups of clones that are in a caste system, right? Brave New World, there's a worker class, there's an executive class, there's the scientific class, there's all these different groups, and they're trained differently from birth. These groups of clones, they're trained differently. And the lower class is implanted with a desire, an interest in machinery, and driving machinery, and operating machinery, and owning machinery. And when they want to vacation, they're implanted with the memory or the desire, or programmed with this desire, to take the machinery off-road and do off-road driving in machinery, right? So the question, though, being, if you look at our society as it is, I wonder if we're already more efficient at programming our citizens to want and desire specific things, that this is really like going way out of your way. A simple commercial will be much more cost-effective and easier to introduce than an implanted memory. However, I do see that could be a really positive thing for instance, would be if you were going, not just a location, as this was in the mice, a location or sort of a spatial relationship triggering the memory and reenacting the memory so that they would think of this place, a reminder, but if you could actually implant memories that were saying somebody with, say, a psychopathic brain that was incapable of forming compassion or empathy sort of thoughts and emotions and feelings. If you could, in an individual like that, implant a compassionate memory, would that stick? Would it stay? Is it that they just can't comprehend it, or just are they incapable of forming these memories? So are there types of memories that we're just ill-equipped to? And again, I love the whole idea of downloading the iTunes when I sleep. You know, I can do the physics lectures each night as I sleep. Instead of an audio osmosis, I could actually have the full memory implanted. My knowledge of mathematics is so weak that I can barely carry a remainder. And yet, over the course of a couple weeks of sleeping with implanted memories, I'm now doing complex number math, right? Like, suddenly I have this access. So there's that sort of frightening idea that somebody else would be in control of it. Technology we have now. Look at our iPhones, our computers, the amount of choices for the type of media we want to ingest or utilize. I could see this as being, like, forget online classes and online lectures, I could see this being a consumer choose-all of what sort of memories you want to have implanted. And then you've got the salesman of the memories, or the sources of these memories. I mean, is it possible that we could record, a quarterback's perspective of a Super Bowl game, and then you get to download this and remember it like it really happened to you too? Like, forget about watching it. I want to wait till the thing's over, download it into my brain, and then I get to really experience the moment-to-moment feeling and sensation of being in the big game. So I think
so much when the linebacker hits me, though.
Our society, American society as of today, consumer market, it will be marketed to us for entertainment and education. If we had the unfortunate stance of being born in a more totalitarian country, a China or Russia, then I think there would be plenty of abuses of eliminating any sort of memory that puts you against the state, and false memories of having, supported successfully the communist revolution yourself, and so now this is part of your history, not just, So yeah, totally abusable, like all technology, completely abusable and completely beneficial to humanity, depending on where it's being utilized.
So we're going to make our brain a hard drive.
Yeah, it already
That's
is.
pretty
It's
awesome.
It already is a hard drive. The thing is, Kyle, we don't have really decent inputs, right? We got this
really
ear-eye thing going on, a little bit of touch involved. It's pretty much it, right? We don't have a USB. We don't have an auxiliary plug. We don't have a floppy disk drive even, right? We don't even have the most basic thing we would assume our new computer would come with. Forget watching a movie. I got an HDMI port in the side of my head. I'm just going to internalize this thing, all right? Like, I could download it, and I could pause it at any time mentally. Okay, yeah, and I'll watch the rest of it later. I'm actually driving now. I shouldn't be watching it. So that's the problem. We are a hard drive already. We're a supercomputer. Brains are supercomputers. We just have these really primitive access ports to information.
You know, I'd like to point out that Pamela on Australia looks like she may have some sort of device on her head, perhaps. Not really sure if this is a port she has jacked in or something, but what do you think, Pamela?
No, it's the letter O. From my daughter's, she has an alphabet mat, and she was pulling the letters out, and so I just stuck it on my head and made her laugh. Brought to you by the letter O. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. No, I was just going to say, yeah, I'm happy to learn the old-fashioned way. It's worked for me for a while now, so I'll keep on with that. But for people who have trouble learning the old-fashioned way, maybe it would be beneficial to download input like that.
Yeah. Well, also, you're in a country where education is how
accessible.
Expensive?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. You live in a country where education is provided to its citizens if they wish to pursue. I live in a country where you have to mortgage 2 houses to go to university.
That sucks, dude. I wouldn't live there.
Wow. That's a lot of houses to mortgage.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what neighborhood you come from. I guess in some neighborhoods you can just mortgage part of a house and you'll be fine. You can get a PhD. Other neighborhoods, you have to mortgage the entire block. You and your neighbors all have to pitch in to put one child through.
We've got a Y. We now had a Y there. Chelsea's
35
making
million.
her way through the dictionary here. Oh, the alphabet, I should say. There's a Z. Okay. O-Y-Z. Is that Oz? Is she spelling out Oz? She wants to go to New Zealand, perhaps? She's seeing Pamela as the white. What's the not the bad witch? What's the good witch?
Is it the witch of the north or the west? Well, I can't remember which ones were wicked and which ones were good. Yeah. That
memory is gone. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. If you got a psychopath. A psychopath is born without empathy, but that's not the only thing. Because some people are born without empathy, and they become heads of corporations. So there has to be something else going on in the environment. I don't know what. So if you went back, what is it? Something of the Spotless Mind? It was a movie where they did something like that. So if you could go back to this psychopath before he started torturing cats, and in fact, change it. Instead of him torturing cats, he's playing with bunnies. So implant that new memory. Maybe that'll work.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's they're just not able to form these memories, right?
Makes it incapable capable.
I had another question. Another thing you talked about in TWIS last night, something you may or may not have experienced with. You were talking about how the psychedelic drug use does not increase risk for mental health problems.
And in fact, it had a reduction of correlative mental illness.
LSD. Okay, well, I have certainly read some people. Hunter Thompson was one, I think, and there was another guy who wrote, was it Liquid Lunch? A few people who have said that LSD helped their creative process.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that you ever tried the drug, but hypothetically, do you think it helped your creative process?
LSD I did could fill a swimming pool. Okay, let's get that out of the open. Let's get that over with. Yeah, absolutely. I spent a tremendous amount of youth that I could have been doing other things with, but I was a weird youth. I read a lot of. I loved Nietzsche. I loved all the beat poet types. My favorite author was Aldous Huxley at one point. But Aldous Huxley experimented. So did of course all the beat poets got into all that stuff. But I wonder, I've always been suspicious that those drugs were outlawed because they were so popular in the anti-war peace movement that the government decided that perhaps this was a dissident drug. The health concerns were never materialized, right? The mental illness concerns even back then never materialized. Even as far back as the late 80s, when I was beginning my experimentation, there was this, it's flashbacks, it's a permanent state, you never come back from it, Government says that once you've had a dose of LSD, you are considered forever to be, you know, mentally ill or something like this, and it's all bullshit. So what's the real reason? Well, you know, if you have a narcotic that makes you a free thinker, you know, and you're trying to run a government that isn't filled with free thinkers, maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the real reason. Because there was never any science or any research to back up making it completely illegal. I mean, they eliminated it from research. They eliminated it from therapeutic use. You know, where it was showing everybody who was working with it, the psychologists were showing fantastic results from this. They were getting breakthroughs. This was an intensive therapeutic drug. LSD, psilocybin, ecstasy was initially being used successfully as a therapeutic. But unfortunately, they all had the side effects of making people politically independent, I guess.
I remember, I don't know, was that story about the guy in the CIA or something? They were testing it, and he took LSD and jumped out the window.
Right. So this has never happened.
That's what I was wondering.
Right. And there is, oh gosh, what was the show? What was the show? There's an old show, one of which I don't think ever made it out, but it was Ronald Reagan was the dad, and God, what's his name? James Dean played the son. And James Dean was experimenting with marijuana or something like this. You know, he was a depressive youth. But apparently they never released it because James Dean's character, he played it so well that you empathized with his character so much that it trumped the heavy-handed message that the thing was trying to play. But I don't know if it was called POV. That was like an interview show. But it was something like this. And yeah, in that there's some students who try LSD for the first time. One of them thinks he can fly, so he jumps out a window. Right? So this has been a myth that's sort of been propagated as propaganda from the very beginning. You know, when you're in, depending on your narcotic too, you can be in a psychedelic state. I've heard DMT is very hallucinatory, where you have a hard time separating reality from the hallucination, and even a dissociative where you aren't connected to yourself, like you see yourself as a different person, kind of. LSD is nothing like this. LSD is nothing like being really drunk and blurry visioned. LSD is nothing like any of those drugs. It's a perception drug, right? It's a hyper-perception drug. It basically puts a big hole in that filter. It removes that filter of information. So you see things like light trails. And the reason you see light trails, like if a car drives by, you see this streamer of red off the taillights, right? The reason you see that is your mind is still analyzing and perceiving and focusing on and remembering this information. It's still drilling down, trying to, you know, decipher it. So it doesn't let go of concepts or perceptive ideas. I remember there was one time we're sitting around and we were on the UCD campus, and me and some friends who ingested LSD, and we're watching, we're just sort of sitting there, we're waiting for some other friends, we're meeting up with somebody. And there's this guy walking through the bikes, and I go, that guy's going to steal a bike. I tell my friend, this guy's stealing a bike. Watch. He's like, what are you talking about? You're just tripping, man. I'm like, yeah, I know. But watch, he's going to steal a bike. How do I know this? I don't know why I know this. Just something about it. I looked at the guy walking through. I just could tell he's going to steal a bike. A couple minutes go by. My friend looks over and he goes, that guy's on my bike! And it was the guy, and he stole my friend's bike. We never got it back. It was actually an expensive bike. It was pretty awful. But the point was, when I saw this guy walking through, and I wasn't drilled down on it, I wasn't picking up on why I knew this guy was stealing a bike, but I'm sure it was, instead of the looking for my bike, he's trying to do selection. He's sizing up different bikes. You've looked at, in my head, back, you know, he's looked at too many bikes. He's not looking for his bike. He's just looking at bikes. That's not what you do when you go into a big thing of bike racks. You don't just start perusing the bikes. You find your bike, you get on your bike, you go. So sometimes even your own perception is elevated to the point where you don't realize what information you're taking in and how quickly you're analyzing and how quickly you can decipher it.
Let me ask you this, not simply based on your own experience, but perhaps you've done some reading about it, but is that going to increase the possibility that you'll do something dangerous? Now, the thing is, I'm thinking, you talk about walking down the street and there's cars coming. Two things. The first would be, if you're on LSD, would you recognize the fact that there's cars in the road that you should avoid? Yeah, the thing is, of course, there are plenty of drugs that do that, alcohol being one of them.
Yeah. So I would say you're probably less likely on that drug than others. Now, your perception is skewed, so I don't know, it's hard to tell too, because I remember this is back in youth. So we rode bikes everywhere on this stuff and never had a problem. Never had traffic incidences or anything like that. Unlike being drunk, where you're sort of narrowing your focus of view, where things are fuzzier, where details are going by you, there's no detail. So sometimes things can be confusing because you're hearing this over here, you're listening to a conversation, somebody just walked in and made an awkward eye contact with somebody else, so now you know there's some dynamic there that you didn't know before. Now you're really curious and you're sort of trying to watch it play out. So more likely you're going to get distracted by all the details on an LSD, but you know, with all of those details and all that information coming in, you're also very aware of all the things that are going on around you. So I think you're going to be more cautious if you're hearing every car engine. If you're, you know, I'd say you're definitely less likely than being drunk and going for a walk. But I definitely wouldn't recommend driving on in either condition.
It's is LSD is a prescription drug. Doctors can prescribe it in some situations.
Not that I'm aware of. From what I understand,
okay.
even clinically, it's totally illegal.
Okay.
And that's one of the things. It has a history of and psilocybin mushrooms and ecstasy have a recorded history of therapeutic use that was effective. Now it's not utilized at all because it's completely illegal.
And I have never heard of. I mean, I've heard of some some uses for like LSD. I don't know about. I guess ecstasy. I think I've read about that. I've never heard anything saying. I recommend you use alcohol. I've never heard alcohol suggested as something that could have therapeutic value.
Oh no. Oh, Ed, you've missed the message. This is the message that media, that commercials have been selling us for years and years, that alcohol is a social lubricant. And this is the way that friends get together. Friends get together, and what do? We all get drunk. Everybody drinks together. This is how we communicate in this drunken stupor.
Oh, I met your mother.
I love you, man. All right, that's...
Yeah, that's the advertisers, but...
Yeah.
Okay. Science Island, drug policy. Anything and everything? Some constraints? What's the Science Island drug policy?
Okay. All drugs are prohibited, but all prohibited things can be done subtly, right? Well, I mean, I don't think you could have a pro-drug policy and open drug policy. Like for Science Island, I don't think you necessarily want a criminal justice system shutting down drug use on a science island. But on the other hand, I don't think you want to encourage too much of an open atmosphere. I think there is a nice balance between, you know, people deciding to get as high as they desire, chilling at home, right? In your house, who cares? Everybody's busy. Versus, let's all go down to the park and be visibly stoned and high. You know, I think there's a courtesy involved, the civilized way to use narcotics without interfering with other people's trip, as it were.
What you penalize is the behavior, and it doesn't make any difference what caused you to punch out that other guy or whatever the heck it is. It's really the behavior that counts.
And that's what they do with alcohol. I mean, they don't say, okay, looks like you punched this guy without provocation on the street. I was drunk at the time. Oh, I totally know what that's like. Yeah, I want to hit people when I'm drunk. All right, you can go home. Right, yeah.
Like I would not encourage. Well, drug is such a all-encompassing word.
Right. So if we're just specifically talking about psychedelics, I wouldn't mind if there were, you know, monthly or, you know, biannually or whatever it was, planned events, right, where this is going down under a somewhat controlled environment. You know, I mean, you would want to integrate something like that into a positive nature, or at least, at the very least, you could say if you weren't talking about recreational use, you would open that up to a therapeutic use. You would, you know, allow this to go on therapeutically if somebody wanted to work through some stuff. Because I'm telling you, if you've got anything you need to work on, even if you don't know that you've got it to work on, it'll come out when you're tripping. You'll think about everything. And you'll be like, yeah, I haven't really been addressing this mentally. I've been sort of ignoring this whole thing. You know, whatever that thing might be.
You know, I was just thinking about possibly one of the great tests of the effects of what were then so-called illegal drugs in Woodstock. Everybody was high on Woodstock. Hundreds of thousands of people for like 3 or 4 days high on anything you can imagine. There was no violence. Got along fine.
Right. Right. And so, but go to any sports arena in America and get the tally on how many fights there were, right? From a whole bunch of drunk people hanging out. Right? Yeah. I mean, this is also about the hallucinogenics are not an aggressive high. You don't get on them and start to feel the ultra violence, right? You don't get on these and really want to beat the hell out of somebody. You might be like noticing baseboards for the baseboard trim for the first time and going, oh my God, it's in every room. That's weird, isn't it? No, man, that's in every house, everywhere, any place you go. That little bit of trim between the carpet and the wall, that's everywhere. Whoa, every house? Yeah. How much square foot? Who's making this? Somebody's got to have a full-time job just making baseboard trim, because it must go to the sun and back. There's so much of this laid out on the planet, right? Like you just focus in on sometimes really weird things. Sometimes you're focusing in on language. Sometimes you're focusing in on media. You can focus on whatever, and you're analyzing in a way that's pretty raw that you might not have done before. And sometimes it's very silly, and sometimes it's profoundly insightful when you hear people talking on this drug.
You know, I used marijuana and I drank a lot at one point, but I never used psychedelic drugs, and the only reason I never did is fear. Yeah. I bought into whatever the heck I was told, and you know, maybe again, you do a study, you base it on the science, okay? And if the science says there's no long-term damaging effects, etc., on LSD, maybe that's something everybody should experience at least once. Just like in the Indian, Native American culture, etc., where you go into a little sweat lodge and you have some mushrooms, and everybody does it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it could be good. I mean, it will end in psychosis for some.
Yeah.
It will.
Hmm.
If you've got it hiding and lurking below the surface, it's been manageable, but it hasn't really appeared. I mean, there were friends I had, I remember, who, you know, it really exposed a lot of underlying psychosis that was there all along, you know. They'd had usually a history, but it was just sort of would be seeming like, you know, an odd string of behaviors over a long period of time, and, you know, not too noticeable. But yeah, once the psychedelics got involved, it became obvious, almost, right, that this wasn't just the drug either, because, you know, this is way people communicate without the filter says a lot about what filters they have, right, and how much information is normally getting through, and that sort of thing. So
I can definitely see it as a diagnostic tool for anybody in some sort of mental therapy, let's say.
absolutely, absolutely. I bet you could diagnose a fair bit of psychoses with an observed trip. But also, you know, also there's different things. It's all the environment is involved too. But long-lasting effects is, I mean, folks I've talked to about it, because I experimented quite a bit with a pretty tight-knit group, or it's a large number of people, but people who I'd known for years and knew for years after. And one of the takeaways we were always talking about is how much sort of awareness of your thoughts came along with the post-trip experiences, right? Like, you become so aware while tripping on LSD that you're on mental trips through things, that you're following a succession of tangents based on one observation somebody said, and now you've all followed it, and you can hear the connotations in your own thoughts about why you're describing it this way, and even the memory maybe of what created the connotation you have to this subject that you're talking about. But that doesn't really go away afterwards. It's all your regular, sober, subtle mind, but you're like catching. You can sort of feel your connotations, or you can feel the sort of side analysis that's going on within your thoughts, where you're more of you're sort of more self-monitored or self-aware that your thoughts are this combination of all these events that have taken place before this moment, right? You don't look at a cup and just see a cup. It's a red cup, which, you know, reminds you of kegs and parties and everything else, but you can also, you know, it's just sort of, you get a different impression of what your thoughts actually mean from there on out. So therapeutically, I can imagine this being intensely helpful. You know, you hear about depression, and it's actually the place I heard it best described was this book about writing, where they're talking about the inner critic. Whereas you're doing your writing, you have this inner critic that tells you what you're writing is crap, you know. And it was this little self-help book about how to get rid of this inner critic. Ira Glass also talks about this. Ira Glass, who does This American Life, talks quite a bit about you will always your creativity will never produce anything that's good enough for the world, right? But you have to put it out there and keep putting it out there and keep putting it out there, because chances are it's actually better than you think it is. We all over-criticize our own work. And in depression, and people with low self-esteem especially, there's an inner critic who is inherited from either a parent or sibling or peers or wherever it comes from, that's reinforcing the low self-esteem. So they may go, oh, you know, didn't get that job. But inside their head, they're like, you idiot, you're useless, you're worthless, you're blah, 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 blah. Those are the things that I think a post-hallucinogenic experience sort of eliminates from your mind. Like, what the fuck is this thought that's saying this in the back of my head? Fuck that. Like, that's a tangent. That's a direction part of my brain wants to take. Screw that. I'm not going there. I'm going to fixate on something more positive, right? I'm going to ignore that shit. And you can, you know, literally do stuff like that during a trip. Like, you can have a group of people who are on LSD going through this trip, and somebody can start having a negative trip, a bad trip, where they're focusing and fixating on sort of negative thoughts and negative things. And if you point that out to them, like, look, you're dwelling on the fear, you're fixated on the negative, like, what are you doing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that sucks. All right, here we go. All right, boom, you can bring somebody back like that. So to be able to maintain a little element of that throughout your life, I think, for me at least, has been hugely positive. And again, as reported by a lot of people who I was hanging with at the time.
When we talk drug use, negative drug use, an important factor is whether or not it's addictive. I never heard of LSD as being addictive.
It's not physically addictive, right? So you don't, unlike a cocaine or a nicotine or heroin, you don't formulate a physical addiction where your neurons start demanding it, or like, if I don't have a cigarette for too long, I go through, my nervous system starts causing me a type of physical pain. You know, you can have cognitive deficiencies if you haven't been smoking or drinking or gotten your heroin. You know, that does not happen with LSD.
Pamela,
So about 2.5 years ago, you were going to go to the doctor and get something to quit smoking, and you were saying you didn't have the money for it, and I sent you some money for that. What did you do with that? Because not long after I sent you that money to quit smoking, you went to Disneyland, I think. So you're still smoking 2.5 years later.
No, so I did get it. Can't remember what it's called. I want to call it Climaxol, but I'm sure that's not what it was. But I tried this, and so here's what happened. It worked.
Yeah.
So the way the drug works is you take a little bit, you take this and it increases in dosage, and it makes it so the nicotine receptors stop working. So you can still smoke, but the nicotine is no longer going to where it's supposed to be. So then you slowly just stop needing to smoke because it's not affecting your brain. In that period of 2 weeks in which I was on this drug, I locked myself out of my house, nearly set the kitchen on fire because I was heating oil to do some cooking, then forgot that I was cooking. I started just doing miserable at work. I had a massive cognitive decline in that period of time that felt dangerous to me. I was afraid to drive my car because I'm like, if I'm setting my house on fire, locking myself out of the house, doing all these stupid things. So yeah, I stopping. And it made me nauseous as hell. But that was the easy part.
Those are appropriate reasons.
what was this? This wasn't the e-cigarettes, was it?
No, I can go. I'll go. Hang on. I might have the
Okay.
package.
Okay. I guess it would come down to how long you're going to experience withdrawals. And if you can be monitored, you don't do anything dangerous during that period of time, you're going to wind up eliminating the addiction. And that would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Anybody ever have withdrawal symptoms from sugar?
I have.
I went cold turkey once. That sucked.
Okay, Santex.
So Chantix, and I got through the starter part and then halfway through the continuing, and I stopped right about here, where there's still pills in the thing.
So this is the kind of thing, perhaps, where you'd have to not go to work for 2 weeks or whatever, and use it, and then when you're finished, hopefully it'll have eliminated your tobacco dependency.
Yeah, what I need is to get a like mono or some kind of real severe flu, I like can't get out of bed to even to smoke. All right, this is like the only solution, and I have to be somewhere where I need to go to Greenland, to some remote cabin, and have the flu, and maybe locked in to the cabin, like all at the same time, and I might make it.
Okay. Hi, Patrick.
Right.
What do you think the Science Island drug policy should be?
No drugs.
At all. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I agree with that policy. Except that, again, I also agree with the policy of being able to ignore the policy if you do so subtly.
Or rather, no narcotics.
Well, what you could do, for instance, you could certainly say that during work hours, you might create, let's say, okay, if you want to use a drug, you could have a group, 8 o'clock. Here you go, in our Science Island Community Center. We're going to have an LSD party or something. And you got somebody there who's going to monitor it, a doctor or something.
That I agree with, actually. Friends don't let friends use drugs alone.
Yeah.
You always need to have
I like
a
that
wingman.
policy too.
Do
We'll
everything
call it
that
a
you
town
want.
council meeting.
Yeah.
And as far as addiction goes, isn't really your money how you can afford it? I mean, who's the guy? The Rolling Stones, the guitarist. Can't think of his name.
Keith
But I
Richards.
believe he was on drugs for a long time. There have been other people. Lou Reed was on drugs for a long time, and they could function.
Yeah. I guess the thing with the psychedelics too is that they're really intense. So, I mean, I guess I did acclimatize to that pretty well, but it's for most people, it's the kind of thing that you might want to do if you really enjoyed the results once every 6 months, once every year, once every few years. It's not the kind of thing that everybody wants. It's not like a stimulant where you just have a good feeling the whole time. It's not like a painkiller where it just sort of numbs the senses and gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling. It's not. It doesn't have that kind of an easier ride. Wind down at the end of the day with the cold beer and a glass of wine. It doesn't have that sort of easy ability to use. When you jump in, you're in for several hours. Okay? And
If not, sometimes days.
You're going to have, it's sort of, yeah, it's going to be an active participation. Right? Whether you choose to get out at any point or not, you're going to be actively participating. So hang on. That's why they call it a trip, right? It's not just a show. It's a whole vacation. So it isn't the sort of thing that most people, I think, would be capable or even interested in doing on a frequent, continuing basis. I think maybe musicians and creative types can, who are doing so professionally can get away with that for longer periods of time than most, but it's not a real functional day-to-day activity.
You can't predict your behavior with LSD.
Your behavior isn't, so you're not going to lose yourself completely. Your behavior, Ed, will very much be your behavior. It'll probably be reduced. I mean, you'll be less. Usually, people, I think, are, for the most part, a little bit less active, right? Not like subdued or sedated, but you know, you're not going to have the desire to go out on the town and be in a place filled with people. You're not going to want to go to a concert, probably. Although I've done that. It was really wild. But But like Las Vegas, like is like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is like that's the most horrifying picture of a place you could possibly be, right? Like this would just be, oh man, there's too much human wreckage to
surrounded
be
by
paying attention to
stimulation.
at one time.
A
Right.
form of claustrophobia, like claustrophobic stuff.
Like what's that?
Claustrophobic.
I don't know if it's claustrophobic, but you would have all of the other people's issues sort of obvious and bleeding into your stream of thought. Like it may, and it just seems like that'd be just a horribly depressing, ridiculous place to be. I guess you could get kind of claustrophobic too, but mostly it would be because it's a perception drug. It's the ability to perceive and empathize really quickly and sort of read human interaction stuff, and it would almost be like witnessing too many awful human stories at once and relating kind of to them or getting a sense of being like in their world for a moment while observing. Because it makes you a really good observer of people. Like you can, I'm trying to think of an exact example, but I have all these pictures of having seen two people, you know, who are meeting each other as we gather up in a group, and then you can see the dynamic. Like somebody will tell a joke, and you'll notice that whenever they tell a joke, they look to one person when they tell a joke. So it's, okay, so they really value their opinion. They're really interested to see if they laugh. That's why when they tell a joke, they always look at them first, right? It's because their opinion is the one that counts. That's how they're going to reflect on whether or not they were funny. Is because if that person laughs, then they think they're funny. Like this is the sort of thing you start to observe, right? Where it would have just been, you know, a bunch of people stand around, somebody tells a joke, you laugh or you didn't. You notice that as soon as they told the joke, they looked over here, and now there's this whole dynamic between them that you understand that you never witnessed before. You understand there's almost a hierarchy of this. His opinion counts more to him, and when he tells a joke, he doesn't look over there, so he doesn't care if what he says is funny. So it's only a one-way thing where he's looking for validation on this. You see stuff like that you just never would have recognized. You wouldn't be looking for it, but you can't help but observe it. It's like obvious. It's like this is totally obvious to you all of a sudden on this narcotic. And so I imagine a place like Las Vegas with the human wreckage of 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, people who've been sitting in front of slot machines for several hours, pulling this thing, putting the money in, would just mind bomb you. It would just, no way I would want to be in there surrounded by that.
Could it make you suicidal?
No, actually, I would say probably the opposite. In fact, the reports are quite the opposite. The reports are people who had suicidal tendencies or thoughts, you know, got out of it, got away from it because of. There's too much awareness too, especially once you start to become aware of your own thoughts. You start to identify things, and in a way, you sort of separate them from yourself a little bit. Like if you have a weird routine or a weird thing that you're doing or a depressive thing, or you know this leads to this, and that's a depressive act. Even in like this sort of that social dynamic where that person's looking to one person for whether or not their joke is funny. If you start to realize that in yourself and start to see that in yourself where you're like, oh, you know what? Yeah. Whenever I talk to this person, I talk to them in a different way than I talk to that other person. It's because I really don't like them, even though I hang out with them every day. Like maybe it's my friends I need to get away with. You know, a place like Las Vegas, I would imagine it would seem highly artificial to me. At least the time when I was doing it, I like to be outdoors. I like to be more out in nature. I mean, up in the redwoods, outside, you know, we get away from even the town. It was a little tiny town of Arcadia, but it was much nicer to get out into the redwoods and have these experiences, or be in a camping trip or something. Somehow being around nature to me was more comfortable than being in a big city. It might not be the same for everybody. Maybe some people go to the country and freak out. They're afraid of bugs and bears and mountain lions are going to eat them the whole time, and they want to go. So if I could just be in a club where I know I'm surrounded by human beings and some music to keep me calm, like, you know, people might have different things that they attract them or calm them. But in recognizing that too, if somebody's depressed, what are you depressed about? What is it? Your job thing? Is it your social situation thing? Is it a money thing? Like, all these things can get sort of analyzed infinitum to the point where you just don't give a fuck about necessarily if something's depressive. Like, well, I guess I could just change that. You know, one of the things Aldous Huxley talks about in Brave New World Revisited is the prisoners who were given LSD as an experiment. And they had the lowest level of recidivism of any prison population, right? The first thing required for you to change anything negative in your life is to be aware of it. The sad thing is most people who are following the same negative routine, a depressive routine, a criminal routine, or whatever it is, they're actually not even aware of it. They're just caught up in the machinery of their life, you know, of all the things, their experiences, their self-perceptions. They're just caught up in this machinery. I mean, low self-esteem. Nobody creates low self-esteem for themselves. Nobody says, I'm going to have low self-esteem. It's all this mental baggage that they've taken on that they're completely unaware is in the back of their mind directing their behavior, their emotions, or their direction in life. Simply sometimes being aware of it is enough for people to tackle it, to take it on.
I'd wonder in a prison environment if something like marijuana might be more, although I really don't like the idea of drug use in a prison. And again, what kind of drugs?
Well, there's been drug use in prison and marijuana in prison, and marijuana is.
Is marijuana gonna make you far less likely to become violent? I would think so.
Possibly.
I've smoked marijuana myself, and it's usually
just a demotivator to a certain degree. Certainly.
Don't want to do anything.
Yeah,
sit down on the floor and
people can
chill
get
out.
pretty aggressive on it too. So it's a little. It's not. None of these are black and white. But I don't know. I think marijuana is not nearly in the same level as an LSD in terms of, I think, of a in the moment self-awareness,
intensity of the experience,
thoughts that are going through your brain, and everything else. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty intense. It's like a very intense. Partly it's like a light show of the intellect. And partly it's like a therapy session because the self-reflective thing is full perception. Full powers of your perception can be applied internally as well as externally.
I would start with the standard, no drugs, as a standard.
Absolutely.
But we know people are going to take drugs, and we can't stop people from taking drugs. You try to, but you're not going to be successful at it. So you don't want to commit. I mean, I might even say keep the law. You can't smoke. Well, marijuana is kind of, that's gone. Forget about it. Alcohol and marijuana, you might completely legal. Anything else is stupid at this point. But there could be some other drugs like LSD or whatever. You don't recommend it. You say it's illegal, but you don't spend resources to prevent people from using it. However, if they do use it, and they do something, do something bad, they do something illegal, then you nail them. And that's where you do. It's the behavior that drives the penalty.
Yeah. And again, I don't ever recall, as opposed to alcohol, somebody on LSD doing something out of their behavior in a criminal, malicious sort of activity. It just isn't it doesn't come with that narcotic. It doesn't come with that drug to be really physically aggressive, to be, I mean, the last thing you care about really is, to an extent, is material goods. You're not really focused on, it doesn't all of a sudden create this desire to steal a car or, and I've had friends. I had a friend who got really, really drunk and stole a motorized cherry picker kind of thing. It's like an elevated thing, right? It was one that it was self-driving electric thing. It was like a lift, right? So you can go up high and you can do work. He stole one of those and the police pulled him over driving it through town. Like, that's an alcoholic idea. It comes to a drunk as they're stumbling home in the middle of the night. It's not the kind of thing that an idea that sort of appeals to somebody who's on LSD.
Okay, Science Island related. Okay, Patrick wasn't here before, and I don't know where Pamela is. We were talking about manipulating memories, manipulating the mind, drugs, implanting memories. That's what it was. Implanting memories. And I don't see any situation where implanting a memory could be a good thing. If we're on Science Island, I would make it illegal to use technology that would implant a memory. I'm not even sure I would allow extracting a memory. I would much rather have, like soldiers in PSD or whatever, a way to deal with them, and have them in a I don't know, hospital, some kind of controlled environment until they are able to deal with it and you monitor them, etc. I don't know. What do you think, Patrick?
Be wary of making stuff illegal.
Riot.
Don't know where Pamela is. Probably off with Chelsea. How's that organization going that you've been now heading?
It's going good. I gotta say, waking up in the middle of REM sleep does not feel good.
Let's see. I don't know. Is it 12 o'clock, midnight where you are?
It's 12:16.
Okay, so you're an hour behind me.
Yep.
12:17 here.
No napping. I cannot. I mean, when I'm going to bed, I'm going to bed, and I'm going to stay there for at least 8 hours or so. I cannot take a nap, and I would rather just forget it, no nap and just work through if I have to.
I'm thinking about that, but also the quality of conversation when two individuals show up is quite good, so I want to experience that.
How's your friend doing? Did he make it here?
He did. He's here.
Ah, great.
He's in Providence. I think he's currently looking for a place to live, if he hasn't not found one yet.
Well, that shortens the distance between you at least.
Yeah. I think I'll fly out in a couple of weeks or something.
Okay.
We'll hang out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stop yawning for like the next 20 minutes.
Patrick, I know what you're talking about, like waking up in the middle of everything. Now that I'm an adult, I've started working 2 jobs, and now on like Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays, I sleep for like 4 hours, and I get up and then do a double shift, and our double shift.
Yeah.
I can relate.
I try not to do that.
One article, one of the items in the agenda I didn't get to, talking about 3D printing. And this is something that Jani posted on Facebook. It may have been the Science Island group. And it's amazing to me how this 3D technology is dramatically increasing. I saw, the printed car, the guys who printed a car. Somebody printed an apartment building. You got another guy who wants to 3D print an entire estate. I'm not sure how practical these 3D, they're almost like experiments, like 3D printing a car. That almost seems at this point to be a novelty item. What are they doing? They call it the Stratacar. First layer is carbon reinforced ABS plastic being extruded from a massive, big area additive manufacturing machine. They think they could, well, I think maybe they did finish it. Talking about a week.
They finished it.
Okay.
They took it to the car show.
Ah. Now, the one thing they did say, it has only 40 different parts, whereas the typical vehicle can have over 20,000 parts.
Wow.
But could you really drive something like that?
Yeah.
Well, you could drive it. Of course, you can drive it. But is that? I mean, it's a robot. It's robotic technology. But a 3D printer on an assembly line situation, I guess what you're doing is you're building one car at a time, as opposed to building the parts, and then somebody puts those parts together, but you're building an awful lot of parts at one time.
No, there's a company that's doing parallel 3D printing, where there's an assembly line, and on that assembly line there's many different types of additive manufacturing processes. And so instead of making a single part over a long period of time at one spot, you have a bunch of different 3D printers that are making that part via the assembly line process. So each printer could have a different material in it, and so the part moves over to the next printer and gets that new material to make that part that's like self-contained inside the other part. And so it's supposed to speed stuff up a lot. It's a brand new concept. It's not quite in active use. It's in the prototyping stages for the manufacturing process, but it's being done. So.
Mm-hmm. Another guy built, is that guy in China, a 3D apartment building. Well, the machine. Well, this is China, and they build everything big in China. Obviously, no constraints. But the machine that did the printing was 20 feet tall, 33 feet wide, and 132 feet long. Let's see. They said the ink included construction waste, concrete, fiberglass, sand, and special hardening agent. So the idea is they're using recyclable material, and that's what they're using to create it. The walls and components of the structure were fabricated on site with a diagonal reinforced print pattern. They said the construction methods, they claim, are able to save 60% of the materials typically needed to construct a home, and can be printed in a time span which equates 30% of that of traditional construction. And they say 80% less labor is needed. So, you know, you want to see more of this before you can actually buy into everything that they're saying, but the recyclable nature, that would be useful.
And the problem with 3D printed products is that all of the parts would be self-contained inside those products, and you wouldn't be able to tear it apart to fix an individual thing. So the whole thing's thrown out if it breaks.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah. I mean, it adds benefits that, I mean, your whole part can be smaller and whatnot, because you will get rid of screws and fasteners and all this.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also going to be like one solid piece.
So you've got to build it. You have to engineer it right the first time. There's
Right.
no going back.
It's like any of those, I mean, like props from movies with like extraterrestrials or whatever, where their technology is like seamless. It's a seamless entity. But you just assume that seamless entity is going to last like thousands of years or whatever, because that's the way the movie portrays it. So we got to figure that out. I mean, right now we can still see the striations of the material being set down. As soon as it's like seamless, then it's like you got yourself going a good thing there, I guess.
So what if okay? So we got Science Island up and running, and we get our hands on some 3D printers. What the heck are we doing with them? What do we make with them? What around the island would be the most useful application for this thing?
Mounting brackets are good to make on 3D printers.
Nice. Okay.
You can make like trying to see if I have anything sitting around right here.
Less trips to Home Depot. I like this.
Yeah. One-offs are really good. A single 3D printer is not good for mass manufacturing. A single 3D printer is for rapid prototyping. In fact, it's very energy inefficient to manufacture something with a 3D printer. You're better off making a reference part that you then cast and do injection molding or something to that regard. Because that's a lot more efficient. Because you can make more things at once.
It just makes the manufacturer of the prototype piece that you're using.
Right.
You're going to mass manufacture later through casting or something else. Easier to produce the first time.
Right. There are some like knickknacks and stuff that are additive manufacturing. Like I remember seeing how it's made video on like these metal dragons or whatever that you see in like some Asian East-West store or whatever, and those were 3D printed. But those were 3D bed printed. So what would happen is you'd have a very, very fine layer of iron powder or a mix or like a mixture of something, and it would be like a regular like 2D printer head. When like you're printing out a picture, it would go over the bed and lay down a bonding agent, like a glue, that would hold those particles together. And then the bed would lower ever so slightly, and a shovel would go across, like when you're leveling a cup of flour, and put another layer on top of it. And then that printer head would go back over the top of it and make that binding agent again. And when it's all done, you vacuum out the chamber and pull out all the leftover stuff, and then you put that into a kiln, and it heats it into a solid mass. You can do this with ceramics, metals. You can do it with plastics too, but that's like a laser sintering process where it will trace out the pattern with a laser and burn it together, and you put another layer on, and so on and so forth. They've made rocket engine and like turbine parts doing that, because if those can be so complex that if you have them machined, it could take weeks to machine a single part. But if you do them 3D printed, then you can do any type of overhang or what have you, intricacy. So that there's something like that where it's a lot more efficient to do it that way. But for the most part, you want to do like a molding or something.
Hey, I'm gonna go.
Good night, Kyle.
Later.
There, I'm sorry, guys. Just
That's all right.
stay away.
No.
Listen. Yeah. There.
So Justin, like a couple of weeks ago, you were mentioning something about not knowing what the world would look like without any ice or something. I don't know why we're talking about.
So this is I took a global informations class once, and I was trying to figure out a way, and I never did, to just raise the sea level and see where the sea would go. I love this thing you found here, or I guess it's National Geographic, is it? That's put this out?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 216-foot sea rise and what it would look like with the coastlines are. I love that we just completely got rid of Florida.
Yeah.
This is a secret benefit. I may not be for doing anything about global warming now.
We lose a good part of the Yucatan Peninsula too.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the Great Lakes don't go up all that high.
No.
I was
They
very
don't seem to move
surprised.
much. They just probably go back to the pre-level before we were draining them. Right?
But the entire eastern seaboard is gone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. California looks nice, and we got our inland bay back again that the Central Valley used to be. I do believe I'm underwater there now.
You lose a bunch of South America. There's a big inland sea or bay there now too. Africa, you don't really lose much. You lose some of the western tip, but for the most part, it's still just fine. And Madagascar, you don't lose much either. Now Northern Europe loses a lot.
Good God, all of Scandinavia is gone. Well, the European, all of Denmark anyway.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And then when you look at Antarctica, there's still a lot of Antarctica there, but it is covered up quite a lot.
There's actually a lot more Antarctica there than I thought there was.
Right, that's why I found the link, because like I'm fairly certain you wouldn't lose all of Antarctica like you thought you would.
Yeah, I thought the whole thing would be gone. But no, there's some landmass left there. I'm looking for and not seeing. Okay, well, I think that's it. I think that's Greenland. Yeah, Greenland's still surviving. Actually, there's a bit more Greenland than I expected, though. I expected that to be a little bit less land there.
For the most part, any coastal city will be gone.
This is great, too, though, because could be a good map for my marine biologist, archaeologist, my marine archaeologist, I guess. Seeking out really ancient settlements throughout North Africa and the Middle East. Tell you right where to look for them.
Pamela is up north. Not sure where. I think she's in this northern area that. She could be underwater.
Yeah. I'm not really sure. Is that how Australia is supposed to look? I can't even tell. The inland water doesn't look right, but the rest of it, pretty much the same.
You can toggle the oceans on and off, or the water on and off.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. That's I'm toggling cities. I don't have my.
Oh, there was a way to do it.
Yeah, you move across.
No, when you move across, it's same thing.
On the side, you can move up and down, and at the bottom, you can move across.
I feel like there used to be a thing here, and it's no longer here for some reason.
It says toggle to see current sites. Current
cities. There's a more interactive map at one point. It's a map of the world as if all of the ice was gone.
What part of Australia? You're up towards the northern east?
No, I
don't know why, but I feel like when I first found this, there was a slider to go and do the water levels. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make something real quick.
Yes. Well, I was attacked by a spider, guys. Sorry about that. Actually, poor guy just wandered around my hand. I looked down, jumped up, spilled my tea. I did not yell like a girl, though.
For the record. For the record. Ed did not scream like a girl.
What does scream like a girl mean?
Uh-oh. Ed, we're busted.
High-pitched, waving my hands, running with my feet going out to the side.
You know, being hysterical.
I don't scream like that.
Yeah, we're talking to Ed. We're talking to a woman who knows how to use a Glock.
You're cutting your mouth to me.
Yeah, they actually.
You're talking to a woman that what?
Knows how to use a firearm.
Oh yeah. You're just cutting out.
And Patrick said I should leave alone, and I would have, except at some point I'm going to go to sleep. I don't know when. And if I know there's a spider, I've been bitten by spiders. And if I know, I know. If I don't know, fine. But I know there is a spider. I know it's going to come in the middle of the night and it's going to attack me. Then I got to hunt it down and kill it.
See, I'm the opposite. If I know there's a spider in the house, I sleep easier. Because I'm more worried about mosquitoes or something like that. I want that spider out there protecting me. Oh yeah, Spider-Man.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, just in case anyone's watching, and it seems that Justin insinuated that I would have shot the spider. I would not have shot the spider.
I used to do the thing where you put the glass over the top of it and then carry it outside and let it go until the sucker started biting me. Then I said, that's it. I'm sorry, guys. Well, this sea ice thing, the question is, how soon is it going to happen? You know?
And looking at the map, I'm looking at, gosh, Florida's unsalvageable. Florida's just going to go away. And you know what? Not too worried about that. Most of the East Coast, I'm terrified for losing. I think Manhattan, being that it's probably that city is probably like the 10th largest country in the world economic-wise.
Something like that.
Can probably build a seawall. They're going to go the Dutch dike system and have a seawall built and protect Manhattan. California looks like we know exactly. We could build our own seawall. There's just one portal between a mountain line where that sea could work its way in. We'll be okay. We're going to be able to manage there. A lot of these island nations outside of Manhattan may have a lot more problem. Florida, though, is doomed because Florida is going to deny. You hear this? What's his name? Rick, what's it down in Florida?
Is it Santorum?
No, it's not Santorum. I want to say Rick Perry, but that's not the right name.
There's a guy who's going to be a Republican candidate for president.
Yeah.
He's from Miami, I think. Maybe he's Hispanic, and he seems to be a
it's not Rubio.
popular.
It's not Rubio.
Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'll have to Google it up here. I want to get this right.
As far as Manhattan goes, when I was in Manhattan for Hacker Conference, 2008 maybe. Pamela, that's a really bad picture of you.
What?
I went to MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art, and they had an exhibition on what Manhattan would look like when the water flooded the city. And it was really cool because it was all like interactive and stuff, and I have some photos in my photo library. I'll try and pull them up.
Well, even after Sandy wiped out parts of New York, Staten Island, I forget. They're still trying to rebuild that area. It isn't like they're moving to someplace else. They're trying, at least most of it, not all of it.
All right.
And those coastal cities, they're the cities where the big money is, aren't they? Generally speaking.
Yeah.
So they're
Well,
going to have the resources.
most big cities are on the water because that's the major trade routes. Las Vegas is like the only outlier I can think of.
So here's the guy, Florida. His name is Rick Scott. He's the now governor of Florida. He in a pre-political career, co-founded the Columbia Hospital Corporation, which merged with the Hospital Corporation of America. He resigned as the chief executive of this private hospital organization. Made controversy over the company's business practice of Medicare billing, which ultimately the company itself, after he had left, admitted to 14 felonies, paid the government $600 million, largest fraud settlement in U.S. history. And he is now the governor of Florida. And there was a report out earlier this week that the word global warming and climate change under his governorship were forbidden from being used in any public documentation or language. And that the flooding, the potential flooding from global warming, if that was to be talked about, was to be called inconvenient. What was it like? Oh God, inconvenient puddling or something of this nature. Like, you know. So this is somebody who's doing wordsmithing in the government level to completely ignore global warming.
So here are some photos from supposedly what this group of architects think they would do if Manhattan was to flood. They had these really cool interactive maps that would like show us that like tide came in and out, and all these structures that would appear and disappear and whatnot. We had this interactive projection map on this like 3D cut map surface, like layered up and whatnot. And you can see there's that tide meter there as the water would come in and out. And basically, it turns this whole Manhattan into a bunch of really small islands, and it's kind of like it's just really cool.
So this actually blew me away flying into Manhattan. That whole region is way more sort of Venice water channeled than I ever would have imagined. I would imagine there's that landmass sticking out that you can identify as Manhattan, and the rest would just be a coastline. But it isn't. There's water all up in it already.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, it's in the Hudson River Valley.
Yeah. Yeah, and I, never having flown over it directly or did ever Google Earth it, I guess. I had no idea.
Yeah, they had these really cool, like, all the models that, like, all the physical models they built were just really sweet.
Those are wild. So here we are. Here we have the map, Ed, where we can sort of pre-plan some future oceanfront property without the untidy expense of it being oceanfront property today.
Lex Luthor tried that in Superman.
Yes, but he didn't.
he didn't have modern science to go with.
On his side, which ignorance of global warming has. The one henchman every evildoer truly needs.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. That's the view outside of MoMA. Yeah. So.
What when that 3D printed article, that article I had about 3D printing, started with the idea of 3D printing a floating island. I kind of like the idea of a movable island, or a movable.
Apparently, China's doing that. China's gonna 3D print an island or something, which I think is silly, but.
Japan has created landmass.
Their international airport is a whole artificial island.
Yeah.
Except it keeps
Boston.
sinking.
Didn't Boston created this landfill? Same thing. Much of Boston.
And Dubai. But we don't have Dubai, Boston, or Japan, China money to create the island, Ed.
That's true.
What I would suggest.
Okay, maybe could we take a bunch of rowboats and kind of tie them together?
What I would suggest is we invest in the Northern California coastal mountainlands wilderness that is north of San Francisco. It is some of the cheapest land you can get because it's all mountains and trees and nobody's up there. And you can get huge swaths of land for pretty cheap. Within driving distance, still, to like a major, beautiful, modern metropolis like San Francisco. And it will be directly overlooking ocean within the next half century.
Is there a swath of non-protected redwoods that we can build tree houses in?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I want Ewok Village. I really want that.
Oh, so somebody, one of the kids in the family got a treehouse book for Christmas once. It was the most intense, awesome book filled with, like, you know, not your backyard treehouse, but people building full-on houses in trees. These, you know, just beautiful, brilliant construction.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those tents that are designed to be hung in trees, so it's an instant tree house?
Have you seen the ones that look like flying saucers?
Yeah, they're about $800 US.
Mm-hmm. But are they talking about like the 3-point ones where you tie them up to three different?
You just hang it up.
Yeah, and it's got this little hole in the center of it, and you can climb up in a rope ladder. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting one, you know, just for me.
Yeah. It's like
have a couple more kids, and then I'll need somewhere to get away from them.
There's a whole TV channel devoted to tree houses.
Is there really? I'd watch that.
I like the idea of being able to move, though. Just take a little tent, treehouse thing and move to someplace else.
Here's one for $675. It's the Tensile Stingray tree tent.
That's the one. Oh, well, maybe it was Australian dollars. It was definitely $795, and I thought it was US. But if it's $675 US, it must be $795 Australian.
If it's 3 people.
That's the one, Stingray. Yeah, 3 people.
Yep. I saw a documentary on short documentary, but they're actually pretty sweet. I feel like there's more than just one of them, but I'm only seeing one at REI right now, so. train going by. Oh, that's a cool place to put one. Someone put one. There's on their website. There's one that's like right over a waterfall.
Oh, nice. That would be awesome.
Okay, you know, I'd like the idea of a tree house, but Australia, does Australia have a lot of trees? And is there stuff that can climb up the tree and attack you?
Well, yeah, we have lots of trees. No, you'd be fine. I've camped all over this country, and I've never had any problems.
Don't you have to worry about drop bears?
No.
You know what? One of my favorite trees, which is an invasive species, mostly in the Bay Area, but it's just beautiful, is eucalyptus.
I knew you were going to say that.
Eucalyptus is a beautiful, primordial-looking tree.
Mhm.
It's an awesome tree. So Science Island, we're gonna put up some eucalypti, and maybe
I'll put it home
even
then.
import a koala bear or two.
There is no such thing as a koala bear.
Koalas?
Yeah,
Is that because they're marsupials?
yeah, because koalas and bears don't breed together, so there's no such thing.
Koalas are nasty critters.
They're
Female, he'd
not.
have to go running up a tree. All the male koalas are running after her. They're trying to grab her. They're going to rape her. And I don't know. I've heard about that koala sex stuff. It sounds nasty.
Ed, most animals have rapey sex.
Ooh. Well, I've never seen koalas do that.
So speaking of rapey sex, while we're on the subject, that reminds me.
Reminds me of a story.
So okay. So we've got to come up. This is the moment. These are the hangouts where we're supposed to be coming up with a plan for how to start Science Island.
Agreed. I agree we need to start Science
Yeah.
Island.
Reading.
Can't hear you, Justin. I can't hear you.
Justin, you're muted.
Justin muted himself.
Did you palm your mixer and something happened? Because
No,
That's a filter control. He said the word rape, and that was it. They had Chrome.
So, all right, it all comes down to Ed. Yeah.
The old guy, pick on the old guy. Come on.
Well, Ed, you're the only one of us, I think, that has a background in any sort of financial whatchamacalliting.
I was gonna say, why doesn't he set up the trust for us?
Yeah, that's
Oh, that I could do.
that's the task. That's the task, is to figure out the vessel which can hold the finances that we generate. Because if you send them to me, I'm going to Disneyland.
Did you just win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Creating the vessel is not the problem.
Okay, no,
That's
but
the
this is
problem.
it's a step-by-step process. You can't. Well, I've actually always had a problem with the saying you can't put the horse before the cart, because if you put the horse behind the cart, you're not going fucking anywhere.
Well played.
But I think that's a first step, is to figure out what vessel we need to create. Because I've been told, I had lawyer friends who were like, yeah, you can't just raise money for a bunch of people for a real estate thing. You're doing some sort of on the books violation of law. It's some stupid thing. I can't remember what it is.
I'm not buying that.
It's some sort of
If you
illegal real
incorporate-
estate. It's like an illegal real estate broker. Like you're creating your black market real estate speculative, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't really get it.
Have we ruled out the option of investing in a really big boat and just sailing in international waters?
Sailing off into the sunset? Yes.
I don't really like that idea.
No, international waters, and then we make our own laws. You don't have to worry.
Your child is awakened.
It's true. She is.
She has. Hello.
Oh, I loved your story about reading to her the other night. That's my favorite thing. Reading a little kid to sleep is like my favorite time.
I'm the favorite uncle with my niece and nephew, and even I've only read to them once, and I still get requests via their parents.
You're like, nope, that was it. That was the one shot they get. That was it. No, it's awesome, and then I get to go back and read all these books that I was read to as a child too. I love it. That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
So Ed, your mission is to come up with the vehicle, the trust that is held in escrow something. I don't even know what I'm saying. See, this is why you're in charge of this.
So
all you have to do, well, okay, I don't think you need a land trust, but I'll do a little bit of research into land trust. Okay, I'll do a little bit of research.
Okay, so you get that part figured out, then me and Patrick and Pamela will start brainstorming the Kickstarter Patreon / there we go. We got Jani's in charge of marketing. There we are. We got our banner. We got our flag. We got our. That could even be the flag of the island right there.
I think that was a blueprint, not a marketing banner.
Is that the actual island? How it'll be laid out? The buildings will be laid out to spell Science Island from space.
I'm busy making to populate the island.
Your baby has red hair.
Pre-populating the island. This is also good.
My baby does have red hair.
It just looks odd for some reason.
Did you just say my baby looks odd?
No, I just said that the red hair looks odd next to you because you don't have red hair.
No, I don't.
So whose baby is that, Pamela? Where'd you steal the baby? From some redheaded people?
No. Both of my brothers are redheads, and most of her father's cousins are redheads, and he and I are both nets naturally. But yeah, we had a 50-50 chance of having a redheaded baby, and we did.
Two of my three children have blue eyes, like brilliantly blue eyes.
Yeah,
and
he has blue eyes.
One of the baby mamas has sort of grayish eyes. The other baby mama has brown eyes, and so the question is, how do I have all these blue-eyed children? Well, my dad and his one of his brothers have the same brilliantly blue eyes, so it means I must have
blue eyes.
I must have the recessive in there, the one brown, one blue to make all these 2 out of 3 blue-eyed children.
Well, her father's father has blue eyes. I have hazel eyes. That has brown eyes.
So we need to figure out how to fundraise with this. We can.
No, I'll just make it. Just give me a couple of years.
Yeah. No. Well, that's even better. But I think we should be game planning a little outside contribution aside from Pamela Sue Taylor Science Island investment.
Well, I'm trying to get a better job so that I can pay for more of it. I'm applying to a job that pays twice what I have right now, so that'd be nice. And then I'd be able to fund more money towards.
I just need to give her a sibling, and then I will be lined up and go back to full-time work and make a bit of money and okay. Well, good.
I know lots of guys who would be willing to help you out with that, as long as they don't have any responsibility.
Are they hot?
What do you care, Pamela? You're only going to see them once.
Well, yeah, we're still gonna see them naked.
Do it artificially.
No. It doubles your chances of having a faulty baby.
Really?
Yeah, it's got to be the old-fashioned way. Natural selection needs to take place.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. As far as money, there goes Justin. I'll wait till he gets back.
Well, I'm the old guy with the small pension and Social Security, so I'm not your financial advisor, that's for sure.
You're the
a banker, Ed.
You're not necessarily the biggest contributor, but you're contributing with your knowledge, which is more important.
I'll buy that. I'll go with that.
Oops. I don't have a computer. Yeah, so okay, so you were surprised to hear that. So did you not know that if basically having a baby any way other than the old-fashioned way doubles your chances of abnormal babies, with baby with abnormalities?
Really?
I had not heard that, no.
Yeah. So in natural selection, old-fashioned way, bada bing, bada boom, you've got about a 2.5 to 3% chance of having abnormalities.
Even if you're pre-selecting embryos?
Yeah. But
Because
if
there
you're
you can,
doing,
I mean, can't you, there you're looking at the DNA of the fertilized egg, so you can tell whether or not there's any mutation.
Are you saying that during the conception process there's like a hormone or hormones released that causes it to be a better thing or something, or
this is just what they don't know why, but it's just fact. So if you're artificially inseminated, or if you take the egg out, you put the sperm in. If the guy has a vasectomy and then has the vasectomy reverse, all of this brings the abnormality rate up to about 5 to 6%.
So even if you do it where the swimmers are still fighting to get to the egg and the best one gets there, it's still bad?
Yeah, it's not the same.
Huh.
That's just
you'd think there'd be like a sliding scale or something depending on how it was done.
They're working on it.
Okay.
But nothing beats the old-fashioned method. And there's nothing wrong with my end. I can completely understand people who can't do it the old-fashioned way and they have to do those methods, but there's nothing wrong with my end. I can do it the old-fashioned way because I did. So, you know. I have a hypothesis that if the cesarean sections become more and more commonplace, eventually women just won't be able to do it the old-fashioned way. Well, I couldn't do that the old-fashioned way, but I conceived her the old-fashioned way.
Because
he had to be cut out of me.
If we cut out the way it was done before doctors, and mind you, they had a high death rate or whatever during that, but if you're always doing it the cesarean section, isn't that kind of like epigenetics and like fixing it so that women won't be able to do it down the road at all? And they'll always have to do it that way?
I don't know. But I came out as a cesarean and then my daughter did too. So neither of these people here would be here if we didn't have that.
I don't think I would be either, but
I think enough people are still birthing vaginally without having to worry about that. at this stage.
I think well, in Brazil, it's like almost it's like no one does it the natural way.
So I did I had only a observational role in the matter. But my last child was born at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in a water tub thing.
Yep. We'd done the one previous at the hospital, which the birthing center here in Davis is pretty nice, really. We also did that one water. But definitely the last experience was much nicer. We didn't have nurses popping in wanting to wake everybody up and do blood tests and do all kinds of stupid stuff.
So hospitals have birthing centers now?
Well,
natural birth?
most of them do have a maternity ward at least.
Yeah, maternity ward I understand, but
Davis is a little progressive. Davis you can do the tub, you can have your midwife there, you had a doula at the very least, right? I don't know quite the distinction. Last time we went just straight through the midwives, and it was beginning to end the most consultative and helpful, useful folks to have there, and we still got to be at home. And Mama went from having the child to being in her home, in her bed with baby already, and no hospital interference or nonsense, and no, I think the average in the United States is now a $10,000 bill for having a baby. It's a complete business racket. When we paid the midwives substantially less, and we had much more contact, and there's much more involvement on their part leading up to and after, actually. So that was definitely a positive experience. We also happen to live in a town that's been sort of involved in this sort of thing for a long time, so our midwife had delivered probably 1,000 children at the point that the head midwife and has delivered many people that we know. That's also sort of comforting to have a community relationship there that's already vetted, but definitely a positive experience I would recommend to anybody who's considering bringing more people to the thing.
If they do the whole MR thing, oh, sorry, Pamela.
What's that?
I was just going to say, okay, go on.
I was saying, if they do the whole MRI thing, so you can track development, and you do that fairly frequently, wouldn't you be able to predict or anticipate if there were going to be any problems? I read that C-sections are on the rise.
Right.
Yeah, but
in the United States.
And Brazil.
Yeah, and of course, what does this mean? The vast majority of them are absolutely unnecessary.
Okay.
Because
I've read that too.
Because it's just straight logic. If you've got a higher percentage of C-sections taking place, but historically people have been giving birth without them, it's not even a stretch to say that these are unnecessary.
Historically, more women died during childbirth because cesarean sections were not available.
Yeah, wasn't it something like 1 in 3?
No. You're not far off, Patrick. Though the statistic you're quoting may actually, I think it's 1 in 5, but was the mortality rate of having children.
Yeah.
But that was children surviving to adulthood, because the care of children, the understanding of not putting them in a bathtub alone, or plastic bags, or things that could choke, or we didn't have nearly the amount of sophistication about child safety back then. Nutrition, diseases took out children pretty easily. you know, there was a lot of factors, but child mortality used to be like 1 in 5 in Great Britain in like the 1700s or something ridiculous. It was. This is why the Catholics are like, have like at least 5 kids. You're gonna be you can't have 2 kids. If you lose one, you got, you know, your chances are. So, and this is actually partly, I guess, why to some degree I'm alive. This is a religious message. My grandparents only had 1 child, and that was my uncle, Francis. He was their only child, and God, he was an amazing kid. All the stories I've heard of him, but age 16 he died, broke his neck diving off a bridge into the river. The river was low or whatever. There was a rock underneath, something like that. A couple of months after he died, a man came to my grandparents' house. And the kid was 16 at the time, and the guy asked if Frankie still wanted a horse. And they're like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, you know, he's been harboring the horse over at my ranch, but he hasn't been by for, you know, a long time, and I'm just wondering what's going on." And they're like, "What?" And I explained, "Well, he died, but what the hell is this about a horse?" And so it turns out, you know, at 16, he managed to buy a horse and found a farmer on the edge of town that would keep the horse there. And he would ride his bike out and go and take care of his horse and ride his horse. And grandparents knew nothing about him having a horse. But my grandmother, obviously, having lost her only child, fell into a deep depression. My grandfather, not knowing what to do, did what any good Roman Catholic Italian man would do, and he consulted the priest. And the priest said, "You only had 1 kid. You're not following the script. Give her 3 more children. That way, if something happens to one of those, you've got the fallbacks." So that's exactly what my grandfather did. He got her pregnant 3 times, and my father was the youngest of the 3. So I do have to give some credit to the Catholic Church for my if only that far. I do have to give that bit of credit to Roman Catholic Church for their procreative advice.
To what degree can they predict the C-section? Is it you just go there and all of a sudden you discover, uh-oh, got to have a C-section? Can they predict that before you have to go to the hospital?
Do it at the drop of a hat.
I mean, guys, really? I mean, maybe it's like that in the U.S., but it's not
It is
here.
this way in the U.S.
I was in labor for 48 hours before we went to C-section.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because this is what the midwives were telling me. When they give you they gave you the diluent, didn't they?
A diluent? What?
It's a painkiller.
I thought that was the epidural.
After 30 hours of labor,
Nothing. They didn't do anything to induce, and they didn't give a painkiller before that.
They induced at 12 hours.
Okay, so the midwives that were consulting us, and I'm not, now don't get mad at me. I can see the mad face already. They were against inducing.
The mad face is I'm remembering childbirth, Justin.
I know that. And
I'm told that goes away with age. My mom doesn't remember it at all.
No, a lot of actually the.
Or something, man, because I remember everything.
Yeah, you've got too good of a memory then. All my children's the mothers do not remember the actual, but here's the thing: they were against induction because induction brings about things unnaturally and too soon, and the body's not ready for it. And it doesn't always take, and when it doesn't take, it actually slows the process down. The other thing they're against is I think it's diluent that they use. But it's a painkiller that lowers the lower body, the lower sensation from the lower body. And the problem with it is, of course, then your body doesn't know how to function. It doesn't know how to push. It starts to lose the ability to push and react naturally to the contractions. So they say these two things always seem to end in a C-section. This is the natural progression of this thing. And there is a reason, like, it's getting to be in the United States is getting up into the near 50% range for C-section. It is absolutely astounding the number of C-sections that are being. The hospital makes more money. The doctor's trying to placate a patient who doesn't want to have to experience any pain to the painkillers, which prevents the pushing, which then leads to, well, we can just do a C-section. We put you out. You wake back up later. Somebody hands you a child. You might recognize it as a child after a few minutes of getting back into focus.
For a C-section. What?
Huh?
No, you're awake for the whole operation.
Well, yeah. So I'm sure it's different there. I'm sure it is. And then after you have a C-section, if you have another child, they're like, well, since you already had a C-section, it's probably going to be easier to more likely to be successful with another C-section.
No,
look, everybody's situation is different.
They tell you
Louisiana has a 39.7% rate for cesarean sections.
What does?
Louisiana.
I'll tell you about
39.9. Now, are you telling me 40% of mothers used to die in childbirth? No, it's ridiculous. This is an obscene number.
Yeah. Can I tell you about mine?
Alaska has the fewest at 21.5%.
Do you want to hear?
Sure.
Okay. So you have 2 lots of water. Like, so when you talk about my water broke, right? The amniotic fluid.
Okay.
There's a
pause tape real quick. I'll go along the story with you. The midwives said if your water breaks, don't freak out. It doesn't mean you have to push the baby out right away. Go ahead.
Thanks for that, Justin. Okay. So I went into labor backwards, and my hind water broke before anything else happened, right? And that's supposed to be the last thing that happens to push the baby out at the end. But that broke first. So I lost all that, went in, contractions were just starting faint, a bit like Braxton Hicks, but coming on a bit stronger. So I had 12 hours of that, right? And then we induced, because 12 hours, I was using just the TENS machine at that stage for pain relief. So then we induced, and from there I had another 18 hours, at which point I did break my front water, and I gave myself a hernia pushing. To the point when my daughter did eventually come out, she was bruised here because I was pushing so hard on her head. And so we got to 30 hours, and then I asked for pain relief, and it didn't do anything. Like, nothing, seriously. They gave me morphine, didn't touch it. So what happened was I was screaming. My husband could hear me from the car park, right?
Wait. What is he doing in the car park? How come he's not right beside you, holding your hand, breathing with you?
Yeah, well, that's why we're getting to this, isn't it? So anyway, and okay, so so the nurse actually said to me, "Oh no, it has worked because you're only screaming for about 10 to 12 seconds now, and before you were screaming for 30 seconds." So what the morphine does is it doesn't reduce your amount of pain, it reduces the time that you're in pain, but you're in just as much pain, and that doesn't make a difference here. Right? I couldn't tell any difference. So then we went to the epidural, which...
Epidural, that's the one that ruins you.
No, it didn't work. This section here was completely not numb. So I'm still on the gas, contractions, right? Still pushing. And they said, you shouldn't need the gas. And I'm like, I'm telling you, don't take that gas away, right? Not that was really doing anything. It was placebo effect, really. My left leg was numb. I'm pushing with my right. Anyway, sorry, I forgot. Sorry, before they even induced me, my cervix didn't open. So I'm pushing against something that's closed. It's meant to be like this, right? And I'm pushing, and there's no hole there to push her out. So before we had any pain relief, they had to manually open me, with no pain relief, which means the doctor was like this, pulled my cervix down, and opened it up with her finger, right? Pulled it down in a room. It took 3 nurses to hold me down. No, you can listen. It took 3 nurses to hold me down because I was trying to push her off me. I was screaming. I'm still quite a bit traumatized by that event.
You're not supposed to remember this, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And
Your
then,
brain is supposed to short-circuit your ability to form these memories.
I wish it did.
So that you'll have more kids.
That eventually ended up doing my C-section. He came and checked it again a few hours later, and it wasn't any further open. It was only open the amount of her finger. And then, when they gave me the epidural, I was numb enough. I could still feel it, but I was numb enough for them to open me up, like put a whole fist in my cervix, like that. Anyway, so we get to the 48 hours. 48 hours is their limit if the baby's. And they said, and then because you've lost all the amniotic fluid.
Chelsea, are you paying attention?
The baby's going to be in trouble.
Do you realize what your mother went through to bring you into this world?
And then when it comes to me at 1:30 in the morning, and they said if she's not crowning by 2 a.m., we're going for a C-section at 3. Which point I burst into tears, but it had to be done. And anyway, we went to the C-section. I was vomiting by then. That's right. I was vomiting through the entire thing. Right? Because when I lost the
Justin recoil.
Didn't I see this in Alien?
When I lost the hindwater, I finally had room. I hadn't had any room for a couple of months to eat properly, so I ate. And they said, that's not really a good idea. And I said, well, why is that? Anyway, so I've been vomiting for 2 days by now, right? I'm on the operating table. I'm numb from the neck down like this. And I'm just going, all right? So then they give me something to stop the vomiting. Anyway, and then they cut her out, and it was like nothing. Hey?
Nothing. No, keep going.
No, anyway, I'm awake for the whole thing. I don't let you watch in case you have a heart attack watching yourself being sliced open. And my husband was supposed to be filming it, but he was down behind the tent with me. He didn't want to. Anyway, did I miss any of the trauma yet? Anyway, so I feel them full. She's fine. What?
So Chelsea needs to watch this bit of footage one day to understand firsthand what Mama went through.
Hey, as long as YouTube lasts indefinitely, it should be up there.
Yeah.
And so anyway, no, I won't forget. Don't worry about that. So anyway, the doctor comes to see me the next day, and he says, for your next child, you can try labour, but I wouldn't go that long again before going, C-section. And I said, I'm not doing that again. 48 hours of labour is more than most women go through if they have 5 children.
Really good
for a C-section at 9 a.m. on Monday.
Family friend has had 4 C-sections. Because after the first was deemed necessary, the ones after, they were worried that, there would be complications regardless because of the previous C-section. So yeah.
No, he's not that. He's just
Pamela, were you born C-section? Is this something that goes in the family, perhaps? I don't know.
No, I have but I have no sense of direction. I tried to cut out butt first, and I got stuck. And I still can't find my way anywhere without a GPS. So I couldn't find the exit. Whereas Chelsea knew where the exit was, but after 2 days, we were just so close. I was fully dilated and everything, and then she flexed her head back and put her hand up, and it wasn't going to happen. Yeah, but no, this was like that, trying to come out.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Okay, Justin, you're telling me that about your nice, fancy California hospital. We got this and we got that. Well, I just went to our local hospital, Ansonia, Connecticut. We're broke. We got no money here. I'm sorry.
That's why you're going to rely on the midwife.
What do we got? We got birthing balls. What the heck is a birthing ball? I don't know. We got a jacuzzi. You got a jacuzzi, Justin, for labor?
Yeah,
it's
pretty
an exercise ball.
That's what the warm tub was. But look, the birthing ball, though, I got to tell you, totally useless. I've seen it tried 3 times. It really doesn't help jack.
What the heck is it supposed? A birthing ball?
It's one of those giant like exercise balls.
You're right, and you bounce up and down.
Yeah, and supposedly you can sit on this, and this helps get you in position and hip widening and stuff. But didn't last long for all 3 of the baby mamas. They all tried it, and they're all like, "Screw this! This is ridiculous." The Aaron though was like, especially in the last one. I mean, we hold hands throughout the whole thing, for the most part. And there was a lot of, which she doesn't remember, just animalistic, growling mama cat, like, stuff going on. Like, there was some really primitive guttural gruntos going on. But yeah, the tub thing, the water birth, the catching of the baby within, sorry Pamela, within a couple hours of labor really turning on each time. Pretty much ended the show. The first one, my son, was really difficult. And we made all the mistakes of, the water broke, so we freaked out, so we induced, and there was the drugs involved, and it turned into like I don't think it got anywhere near yours, but I think we were 20 hours, 24 hours, something like that in labor. And she was massively traumatized for life after. We almost went to C-section, and the last minute the boyo decided, all right, I'll give this outside world a shot.
See, I wasn't traumatized by anything else. It was just the manual opening of my... That was hard.
But not to shut you up, but you also remember that neither of the women who birthed my children remember. Like, they're like, I remember it was like, wasn't it about midnight? I remember we got in the tub. I remember it's like a blur, but for the most part, can't remember. I think the first baby mama remembered a little better because she never wanted to have another child. The second one seemed to have forgotten, but I think has a little bit better memory of the last one, and is like, yeah, we're not doing that again.
No, I was ready to have another one before I left the hospital. Yeah, it didn't put me off. It's just how things go sometimes. But I remember everything. I remember I remember the name. The guy who gave me the epidural. His name was Terry. He was wearing blue shorts.
Pamela. The fact that you remember it all and are willing to go through it again proves just once again you are more man than any man who wants to live on Science Island. Because that is some mad respect. If you actually remember the intense pain that you went through and aren't daunted in the least, but then again, take a look to your right, and this is so worth it.
Totally.
So worth it.
And she didn't come out all squished or anything. She came out perfect because she didn't get squished on the way out. So, but I was going to say, Terry, I remember he was putting the epidural in, and he was giving me the whole spiel about, they legally have to tell you could end up paralyzed, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't care if I end up in a wheelchair. Just stop the pain and get my baby out safely. And I meant it. I really meant it at that moment in time. I did not care if I left a hospital in a wheelchair because it was just so intense. And he went, alrighty then. And then he jabbed me and everything's fine. And I was holding on to my husband's shoulders at the time to stay still, and we were doing it between contractions. And the only growly thing I said, no, I didn't swear at anyone, didn't growl at anyone, and people can attest to this, I just said to him, jokingly, I said, it's your fault I'm in here. And the guy giving me the epidural said, hey, takes 2 to tango. And that's who I remember. I remember all
I
the
love it. Love it. That's so awesome.
Yeah. So, no, I didn't forget anything. And I would do it 1,000 more times if I...
If you want birth control, what you can do is, we talked about, that mouse study where you can implant the memory. Let's just take Pamela's experience. and
And
implant that into
all the young girls.
all the young girls, you know.
I know. I think I should go around to high schools and tell them. I really do.
There are people that do that. They make, at least in the U.S., in sex ed, they make all the students watch a birthing.
I those birthing videos too. That didn't put me off. No, sweetie.
Mind you, I was sick that day, and I never had to see any of that stuff.
Oh, you know what you do? What you have to do is, in that class, you have to have tasers. So that every 15 minutes you taser a guy so they can experience what's happening. And just keep tasering for 48 hours.
Okay, Ed, you are not in charge of child education on Science Island.
I was going to say the same thing.
Children's genitals every 15 minutes during a health ed class? Could be missing.
Screw them up for life.
All right. Okay. So.
I will say that I was expecting to poo myself because you're told you're going to poo yourself during labor. I did not poo myself.
Oh wow. All of my.
Careful,
You know
Justin.
what they do? No, it's normal. Yeah,
Well,
they all did. I'm sure.
I don't know. I will just say 100% of my childbirthing experiences included that element.
Yeah, I know. That's normal.
Yeah.
And I was
But
prepared.
you fasted before you went in, right? You said that earlier.
Fasted? No, I ate and then I vomited.
No, you ate during, but previous you had been fasting. That's why you were so hungry you wanted to be. Yeah.
No, I hadn't been fasting. No. I've been fasting for 5 months, if you call it that, because I was skinny, and so the baby was pressing on my stomach, so I could only eat very small portions. So because I didn't have much room, but when some of the water went out, I was like, oh yeah, stuffing my face between contractions, and the nurse is like, I wouldn't do that. I'm like, why? I also did an online exam for criminology during contractions as well, and I got 80%.
Nice. Does Chelsea have green eyes?
Pamela,
Blue.
do you realize
From the
probably
camera
at your
right now, maybe it's
hospital,
because the
they
contrast.
took a picture of that, and it's on YouTube now. And what they're going to do is they're going to give that picture of you going through your birth to all new nursing students, so they'll know what to expect.
Oh, wow. Well, some of the nurses went off duty and came back on duty, and they're like, what? She's still going?
So wait, how old is Chelsea now?
She's almost a year old. In a couple of weeks, she'll be a year.
Wow.
So, 3 weeks. So she's 49 weeks old.
In 3 weeks.
Tomorrow.
Wait, so what's her birthday?
6th of April.
That's pretty close. Sufi's May 30th, so they're pretty close.
I'm not a fan of kids until they can start talking coherently.
You know what? My dad said that once after my first child was born. He's like, I called him the birth of my first child. You know, hey pops, yeah, we got another generation. You know? He's like, and this is what he said. He's like, yeah, but they're boring as shit till they're 6 months old. I'm like, yeah. Okay, but no. But what's wild is well before, and you, as the uncle you don't see it, as the direct parent you'll see it, right? They understand like an incredible amount of vocabulary well before they can speak it.
Yeah, that's what my sister kept telling me, because I was like, we were out eating or something, and my niece was being a royal pain or whatever, and they were trying to console her. I was like, she doesn't understand what you're saying, and they're like, yeah, she does. It's like, I don't know. But no, I remember one time I was driving with my dad somewhere. I don't remember what we were doing. I don't know why I brought it up, but I was like, we're probably talking about my sister or something. And I was like, I don't know why anybody would want to have kids. And my dad was like, well, you think that way when you see the babies, but once they're able to talk and you can actually have a conversation with them and realize that they're this whole person, then it gets interesting. And I was like, okay.
So my first child, my son, his first sentence was at a year old. He was insanely verbal. He had amazing vocabulary. Like, he blasted away the predictions of what their vocabulary would be really early. And my youngest now is almost 2 and is only sort of reaching the verbal sentence-making skills. But she's had, like, an insane sense of humor. Like, she tells jokes. She's been telling jokes since 6 months. Like, you know how, like, you play peekaboo with a kid? She was doing this at 6 months. She would take the blanket and go like this. Like, she was doing it herself. Like, she tells jokes, right? And it's kind of, I'm like, in comparing these two ends, and my middle daughter was actually sort of in the middle of the two. She talked sooner than the youngest, but not as quickly as the oldest. But I almost think, like, the verbal comprehension of my youngest is better. And she doesn't have to talk, because now I'm better at reading what a kid is saying than I was for the first two, right? So I understand what she's saying without her having to tell me, without her having to verbalize it, because I've gone through 2 kids and I understand how my kids communicate. But I notice, like, weird things. Like, I'll say something like, okay, wait, go, okay, take those crackers that fell on the floor and throw them in the trash, and she knows exactly. It's like she can't say any of those words, but she'll go grab the cracker, walk over to the trash, throw it in. Boom. Like, she's got, like, the comprehension skills completely there, even though she can't say cracker, floor, trash can. She can't say any of those words yet. I've never heard her say any of those. But she has complete comprehension of pretty much, I'm like, and I keep, like, trying to go deeper to see, like, what she understands and doesn't understand. It's pretty complete. It's amazingly, the comprehension end of it is really there. She's understanding what I'm saying, what her mother's saying, what her brother and sister are saying, but doesn't use the words herself yet. Pretty fascinating thing. It's you become sort of a psychologist.
So there's an experiment I want to try, and maybe it's been done, but I don't really know how you could really do this. But I want to see if dancing is a learned behavior or not.
Oh, it is. It is. So here's the thing. The youngest one is a complete dancer. We have this little thing, and let me go find it.
I had a question.
Chelsea starts when she wants me to put music on, and then I put music on, and she starts dancing more. But she'll just sort of jump up and down, like, as in put music on.
But, like, if you have a baby and they've never seen anyone dance before, but there's music playing, will they start moving to it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. So my youngest does. She dances compulsively. Like, if I hit, this is the thing. It used to have these plastic rings on it, or whatever. But if you hit the top button, and this is something she'll do every day. Every day she hits this button. Right? And it plays a series of different songs. But her dance moves are mimicking my dance moves. Like, if I'm doing a kick, she'll try to do a kick, right? If I do my hands up, she does her hands up. She'll do the jazz hands. She'll do the twirl around. And while she's picked up each one of these, as I'm doing them, she does her own medley of these now by herself without me being involved. And at the end, she does a bow. Stop, she does a bow. Right? She's got, like, her whole routine now that she's doing with this. But this one, more than the other kids, is also a really good imitator. She can repeat a word you say. She can repeat the sound. She used to do this thing where, and she did like a Simon Says, where she'd do this, and then I do this, and then she'd do something else, and she'd just keep doing stuff, and I'd be following her. But she can do it back. Now, this is the amazing part. My son, the firstborn, when he was about 4, he asked me to pull his finger. And so I pulled his finger, and he made a face, and then a fart came out. And he was so proud because he had managed to pull Papa's trick off, right? This one at about a year and a half. She's almost 2 now, but about at a year and a half, we're sitting around, and I farted. And she looked at me, and her face scrunched up a little bit, and she farted. So she's already got like this amazing ability to figure out how to imitate the actions of others. And that's a tough one, because that one's not just mimicking a dance move. This one, you need to understand the entire bio process that took place there from that sound and where that came from. And she's got it down. She scrunched her face, year and a half, and followed me to fart. And she did it again like 2 days ago. I tooted. She looked at me. She got my attention, and then scrunched the face, and a toot came out, and she laughed. Right? So she gets what's funny, and she knows how to imitate other things that people do. And to a really, I mean, her comprehension is pretty amazing for somebody who's really not using a whole lot of words yet.
I said, and she's going to love.
Hear you.
She's going to love you when you tell the story at her 21st birthday party.
Okay. So my children have been raised with a level of unabashed, non-embarrassable honesty that I don't think they'll ever be embarrassed about anything. Like the way. The level
that was not the case in my house.
Yeah, the level that we communicate at, like, other people might be embarrassed, but we won't give a damn. I mean, I'm raising these kids to love themselves, warts and all, but also find humor in everything. So also from about a year and 4 months, my daughter's got a joke. Because I laughed the first time I saw her do this, but she'll go like now to this day she'll get to this day she's like almost 2, right? To this day, but she'll go, Papa, and I go, what? And she'll go, and she's doing this, and the reason I started, like, I'd see her do it and I would laugh because I wanted her, I was like, oh, that's silly, like, because Mom was like, oh, she keeps trying to pick her nose, but I would laugh every time she did it. So now she sees this as telling a joke. So now when she's putting her finger in her nose, she's doing it to get a reaction out of me. She's like, Papa, what is it? What do you need? Like, is it water? Is your diaper full? Whatever it is. And she'll go. And the other thing I taught her to do is if she's got a full diaper, I have a gas mask. She'll go and grab and hand to me, and this is the signal. This is the signal that we've got. Hang on, I don't know where that.
That's excellent.
Wouldn't you think, Pamela, that babies when they're born, are super aware, can probably read a face?
This is my daughter's way of telling me.
That's a heavy-duty gas mask.
Yeah, this is my daughter's way of telling me that she has a full diaper. She goes and grabs this and hands it to me.
A few years when I was in Singapore, I was doing full-time food, no solid, and I ate a Western version of their food, but it was still pretty spicy. And yeah, the nappies that followed after I breastfed her after I ate the food in Singapore, I could have used a gas mask. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying, Ed, about babies being aware?
I mean, that's it. That's their job. Stare at faces and be aware of what the heck is going on. That's it. That's their sole job.
Yeah.
Is to look at your face and know what expressions mean and things.
And it freaks me out when I see parents who are, I observe at least for the moments that I'm observing them, in the reference frame of time and space that I'm observing them, that seem to be largely ignoring their children.
Mm.
And I feel like I might have been, privileged to have a single mother who was super attentive and paying attention to my stuff. But I'm like, because I know my kids are completely soaking in everything in their environment. And, we can have a conversation about something where we're talking about, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. There's something we got to redecorate the tree. And then my daughter goes over and is grabbing the tree. Like, she knows, she's like following the conversation. So when I see parents who are like cussing or swearing in front of their kids and, or just like ignoring their kids as though they're just like not there yet, it's troubling because I know I'm like, no, you don't understand. Your kid is soaking up everything like a sponge. Like, their mind is in full development mode. I get that your brain stopped developing a long time ago, but theirs is actively soaking in the world in its full context, and everything you say and do affects them.
We didn't have that problem in my family because almost all of my family are teachers.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, Patrick. If you haven't explicitly, directly thanked your parents for being teachers and having been attentive to your awareness and education throughout your life, you need to do this.
Well, we had very my parents were pretty awesome because we got all these extracurricular activities and whatnot. Like, I was in Odyssey of the Mind for like all the way up through middle school and stuff like this, and did all these like I built planes with my dad and all this kind of stuff. So
yeah, I had jerks like you in my metal shop class, where I'm trying to get my metal shop class where I'm trying to get my safe, the hinge door, to close. I'm grinding away at the top and the bottom of the hinge door to try to get it to close. On the next table, there's Mateo and his dad working on the scaled down, 1/16 scaled down version of a jet engine that's fully functional.
We never went that far.
But no. I mean, no. This is actually a blessing.
I feel like I could do that now.
Yeah, right. But I had like a lot of those. Like, my mother was an artist, so I got to do art. I had free range.
My dad was an art
supplies as a kid. But I was always amazed by my engineering friends, my friends who had engineering dads in town.
Yeah.
Because they had this like amazing workshop after school life where they got to go in and tinker and work on insane projects, build gliders. One of the kids in my school, actually a friend of mine, the guy who taught me how to pick locks, guy who started Excite, one of the four who started the Excite search engine, they built a hovercraft, a functioning like big inner tube based like a hovercraft that could actually raise up off the ground a couple inches.
Those are actually pretty easy.
but from from my household, this might as well have been going to the moon in terms of engineering. We had literature. We had, stepdad was an English major, and we had a giant bookshelf full of existentialism and philosophy. We had an artist, and how I could watch photos develop. I knew nothing of engineering. This was this wild, insane ability.
See, my dad is an art teacher, was an art teacher, and he'd do like was big into RC aircraft before he had kids, and then once he had kids, it was a balsa wood aircraft, like rubber band powered aircraft.
Oh yeah.
And then he would also do these really cool screen printing stuff. He'd have the, I guess, the material that you do it with, and he'd intricately carve out with an X-Acto the pattern or whatever, and then he'd make screen printing shirts and whatnot. And I think we still probably have shirts. They were really cool because they were airbrushed in and everything. It was
Nice.
and then my mom was an elementary school teacher, and so she would do all these sort of arts and crafts with us all the time. And she'd be like nonstop craft work. So I learned how to sew and do all this stuff when I was a kid, and I still use it today. So I think those were probably more useful than the actual school part.
Right. So there is like okay. So this is one of the things I reflect on the community of Davis quite a bit, and it's one of the reasons I really like this community. There's things I don't like about it, like how it's insanely expensive to live here because everybody's affluent, much more affluent than I will attain to be, or try to be. But
Don't sell yourself short now.
well, no, it's just not my focus. It's not the thing I'm on the right track for. But there is something to having an educated parent base of a community, where the focus for all of the kids in school, like my son's peers, my daughter's peers in school, there's a lot of PhD parents. There's a lot of parents who have seen the value of their own education that was given to them by their parents and teachers. And so there's such a focus on education and raising kids in a creative, intellectual environment that just permeates the community. It absolutely permeates the community. So everybody's in this town, and I'm overgeneralizing with that broad brush, has got the engineer, artist, literary, biological, scientific, what have you, parent in the background that's encouraging their education, that's encouraging that exploration. So it's just like my son has friends, and my daughter has friends who are all like brilliantly interested in these like advanced artistic or scientific pursuits, at a very young age. Like my son just revealed to me, which is something I didn't know, that him and his friends have a video game critique texting network. Right? So they all post to this one little shared chat group critiques of video games that they've discovered, what they liked about them, what genre it is. So they're not going out into the global for this. They're sharing amongst themselves. And it's just one of these things like, I wasn't even that organized as a kid where we would, categorize things we were interested in. But they're sort of creating their own little networks for education and discovery. And I don't think most communities are like that. As the bigger the community, perhaps, the less, you can have these sort of nuclear conversations. But having a parental base that understands the value of education.
I have to wonder, you're talking about that kind of a learning environment, and I think of, for the young generation, using technology, using the smartphone, using technology, therefore developing a better understanding and appreciation of science. And I said that because my generation is completely different. My experience totally different from you guys. And I suspect that in the more traditional, the more areas of the countries where people basically try to live and follow the practices of their parents, you're not going to see as much of a technology focus. That's where you're going to see the anti-science crowd, if you will. But as we use this technology, as kids use the smartphones, and access for information. Because in a lot of cases, it's going to have to come from the child in the kind of environments I'm describing, the more traditional bound environment. It's going to have to come from the kids because they're not going to get that reinforcement. Children, women, young girls, not going to get that reinforcement if they're interested in science.
From what? From they won't get it from who?
They won't get it from their parents. They won't get it from the environment.
Well, and this is one of those things too. Like, this is why this bizarre town of Davis. I mean, it's a university-based town, and it's part of why I can't imagine living in a community that isn't education-based. Because yeah, these aren't okay. I don't think there's a child in this town. Certainly not my children, but I can't think of any of my kids' peers or anything like that that are imagining their future without college, for instance. And I'm sure there's communities, I know there's communities that are picturing their own future perhaps without high school. You know, so yeah, all of your, what's up, Brian?
Hey, Brian.
All of the future is based on the past, to a great degree, and that's what congeals. You know, that's you got a university town, you've got people who've probably aren't the first generation of educated people in their family. Definitely have the education value, passing that on to their kids. You got kids who are gung-ho. My son and my daughter are both so gung-ho about their education. Much more than me. You know, it's one of those things like, yeah, you gotta make your kids do their homework. You gotta make sure they do good in school. You gotta keep the pressure on. No, my kids keep the pressure on me to be actively involved in their education. They are more involved in their education, definitely, than I was in mine. They're absolutely...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My daughter is so in love with mathematics. She's in this advanced mathematics thing. She's so proud of it, and she's just like anything to do with math, she wants to devour and learn. My son has this sort of... I don't know, what do you call it? I don't know if you would call it advanced, or it's like a junior high school through high school version of Montessori school, but it's sort of a kind of a selective group that's doing it here in town, and he's been dedicated to wanting to do that since he left there. I mean, since he's been in Montessori. I mean, he's been like so focused on getting into this Da Vinci school that's here in town. Yeah, they're taking their education personally and seriously. It's a personal goal for each of them to excel at their education. And I take some credit for having instilled that, but it is theirs. They own it, and it's after generations of educated parents and grandparents that they've gotten this. They wouldn't have this if I was thinking education was overrated, if my parents thought education was overrated, if my grandparents thought education was overrated. They wouldn't be experiencing this sense of ambition in their own education if generations before them didn't give a shit.
Has anyone here ever read A Young Lady's Illustrated Primer? Also called Diamond Age? Wait,
is that a... It sounds like pornography.
No.
No?
It's by Neil Stevenson. It's all about... well, it's a 3D printed future. That's how everything gets around and whatnot. You can like dial up something and print out. Or anyways, there's this... The guy that's like like the Bill Gates, 3D printed Bill Gates of the era, his granddaughter is turning like 10 or 4 or whatever. She's having a birthday. And he designs this this 3D printed book that is basically a fully interactive book. So like when it's telling a story, the book itself is telling the story to the child, and it's like an artificial intelligence type thing, and like, but they can't figure out how to actually make like an artificial intelligence sound real. Like the voice doesn't work, and so there's these voice actors, like these virtual reality actors that you would interact with in like an actual virtual reality world, and so it finds one of those and puts a script in front of them, and they read the text out of the book, and the book ends up the plans for the book end up getting stolen, and it gets to this child that's like impoverished or whatever, and she grows up learning from one of two copies of this book, one that the granddaughter has and one that this kid has, and you gotta read it. It's all about like, yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't read it in a while, so I have to reread it to give it a better synopsis. But
how you doing, Brian?
I'm doing fine.
Very early in the morning, perhaps for you, getting ready to go to work.
It's 7 a.m. Not too bad.
How is the science education where you are? Would you send your child, if you ever had one, to school, or would you want to homeschool?
Would send to school. What I'd be a little bit worried about now is that the Catholic Church does still have quite a grip on the science education for what we call primary school. It's kind of like 4 years old to 12-year-olds, that age. It's about 90% of the schools here will be operated by the Catholic Church. So I went through that. They do cover everything. They just give an extraordinary amount of time to religious education, which, time wasted. The second level schools, like the equivalent of junior high and high school, much better there. But, yeah.
It kind of goes to what I was saying about where you see the traditional educational process. It may be more likely to have an anti-science basis, biased, than where, like where Justin is, near a university town. You're not going to get quite as much encouragement.
I've never experienced anti-science in this country. What I have experienced is the whole double think, where in science class you're taught one thing, and then in religion class you're taught something that completely contradicts it. But you never make the connection that, hang on, that this class completely contradicts the previous one, you know? Whole double think going on here.
You're an engineer. What motivated you to become an engineer?
My dad. He's an engineer.
Dad. Okay, there you go. That reinforcement. Now, who motivated you to make craft beer?
That was peer pressure, I'd say.
Everybody's eating or drinking at this point, it looks like.
No, I'm done eating. I finished my smoothie. I made too much of it, so it took me 2 hours to eat it all.
You're kind of in the middle of the night there, though, aren't you, Patrick? So
it's 2 a.m.
Yeah.
But I had a 3-hour nap before I came on, so.
I just made my daughter some popcorn because she's teething and it feels good on her gums. That's what we're doing.
And you're teaching you're getting your child exposed to music. We were talking about children dancing earlier.
Yeah, I've always got music, and I've got musical instruments for her. I got a drum for her today as well. So she's got drum, xylophone, accordion, which I play more for her than she does. Maracas. I ordered some bells. I got some bells for her too, like shaking bells. Yeah. Well, yeah. She never goes anywhere without a maraca in her hand now.
A drum. Introducing a child to a drum. Somehow.
Yeah, but it's not. Hang on. Yeah, I'll put that down. It's not that kind of. Hang on, I'll try and show you. I've got it here, but it's not. It's not like a drum set. It's got a wooden handle and a round. It's like it looks like a bit like a lollipop, and then it's like a rubber ball on the end of a handle to bash. So you can either use your hand or you can use the thing to. No, it's not a tambourine. No, I can show you. I'll send you a link. I'll have to find it. But no, it's a drum. So it's just it's. You know how you would normally give a kid a saucepan and a spoon, and they'd go around smashing like that. It's like that, but it's actually a drum with a proper thing to go with it. Because I'm house sitting, so these aren't my saucepans. So or spoons. So yeah.
I've read several studies about the connection between music and encouraging intelligence and schooling, etc.
Yeah.
Great idea.
She loves music, so we just have something going all the time. But also, I like the musical instruments because I like her to have toys that don't require batteries, you know. So, well, one, it gets expensive. I can use rechargeables and all that, but they don't last as long as they say they do. But it's just good to not have battery stuff all the time, you know. That's so much fun.
You don't have to worry, Pamela. Last week we were talking about urine-powered recharging your battery, so you're all set.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that doesn't really help me. I don't, you know.
All right, so here's a fundraiser idea for the Science Island.
We start a band.
Yeah, because that's so profitable.
We got to figure out how to market the Jack Feedback plays. Brian has offered his services, and I've got a part for you, Brian. I've already figured out the role.
Excellent.
I may need to tweak the name a little bit, but it's this. Well, I'll send it to you. It's the private. It's not a private investigator. There's an episode called Unremembered, where Jack Feedback wakes up on a planet, no memory of how he got there, exactly what's been going on, but quickly finds he's the top suspect in a murder, and the part you would be playing would be the chief investigator who's investigating the murder. And he accosts you at gunpoint to find out the details because he doesn't know them. And there's this line where he's got you at gunpoint where he's like, "I didn't do it, unless I did. In which case I would have had a really good reason." But what if okay? So there's this. This is also going off the map, I know, for tonight's conversation. But I met this guy. Sold the car to this guy. He's writing a science fiction. What do you call it? Not trilogy. It's the thing that goes on and on. Series of books. Serial. Yeah, he's got this sci-fi serial on Amazon Books. The guy's bringing in like 10 G's a month on Amazon Books on his science fiction serial. That is above and beyond what is required for a Science Island funding. I can subsist on tuna and ramen. Like, my overhead is nothing. This guy's bringing in buka. It seems like we could come up if we could find a way to dedicate some time or effort to an audio serial radio play, science fiction style. There's got to be a way to generate funds from this.
So the way stuff like this usually works is you release it for free, and then if people really like it, they'll want to give you money. Like, is there a way I can pay for this so that you can keep doing this so that I can get more of it?
Yeah.
And that's when you put it on like Amazon Books, or you release it as like a paid download for the radio player or something. or like an official CD or something like that.
So this is one of the scenarios I want to put out there for the fundraising
Right, I gotta
the
run,
Science
so.
Island.
Good to see you for a short period of time. Time for work.
See you, Brian.
Later. The that book I was telling you about, The Martian. I know Ed's read it. That was done very similarly. He'd tried to get all of his books published, and no one would take a look at it. And so he released it as he was writing this current one, and people really loved it. And they're like, he was releasing it for free on his blog or whatever. Like each chapter was a new blog post or something. And everybody was like, "Is there some way we can pay for this or whatever?" And so he put it on Amazon Books for like $1, and he sold like 10,000 of them. So
nice.
Then he got a publisher, and then he got a movie deal, and et cetera, et cetera.
Right, so we got to do this. We got to get a movie deal.
I don't really think movie deals pay all that much.
Step 1, get a movie deal. Movie deals pay actually exceptionally well. If you're writing gigs, I was fucking Jay
Pamela?
Leno. Jay Leno fucked everything up.
No, but I thought that if you want to go down that track, Science Island, the reality TV show.
No, that's absolutely right. That will be one of the ongoing fundraisers. We'll make it a reality.
Well, if we're gonna do it that way, then we have to partner with Mars One.
Yeah, Mars One's got a bigger problem. That Mars One's show doesn't take place until after Mars One is really already there. That's where Mars One's interesting.
No. It takes place when they're training the astronauts.
Yeah. But they gotta get it narrowed down to a castable thing. Science Island Day 1 is, but it's after we got the land and started trying to.
You know that tiny house village I was telling you about outside of Houston?
Mm-hmm.
They're doing a reality show on that.
Yeah.
So they're already doing the reality show. We just missed the boat.
So we'll do an unreality show.
Well, if we're talking about popularity of subjects, we've had this TWIS Minion hangout for a while, 2 years exactly. We're getting up to maybe 50 or 60 people. Brian Condron started his craft beer podcast. I posted one link to it. He's got 200 people showing up. So we got to work in,
beer.
Our favorite beverage in there somewhere. Jack Feedback makes beer that makes you more intelligent or something. I don't know.
It's a special nutritional yeast that's used to make the beer that just makes you it brings your comprehension level up or something. I don't know.
So this question: how far will you degrade yourself to raise money for Science Island? Would you, if a sponsor, would you wear an Apple shirt on all your shows if Apple will give us sponsorship?
Apple doesn't do that. They have product placement, but they don't do that. They just supply the TV show with the computers for them to use. They don't pay or anything to do that.
So but if that scenario were to arise, absolutely, that's a given. That's an easy.
What about
NASCAR drivers? Pamela, you could wear a sponsorship for that sippy thing you had, the life straw. Well, that's a charity. We don't want charities. Charity's not going to give us any money. That's
Yeah, I straw all the time anyway. I won't use it on camera. It might be a bit provocative.
Not like eating a banana.
So yeah, like the sponsorshipy thing. There's a place for it. I like the idea though of I mean, part of the thing that I thought that might possibly sustain a science island is having a media center, sort of like a TWIS Plus, like a 24-hour TWIS channel, a science channel, and then, of course, mixed with the science fiction channel, mixed with do-it-yourself channel, mixed with it almost like, because of what the island is a bunch of do-it-yourselfing going on constantly. That you could do this old house, but it's,
this new old house.
Yeah, this off-the-grid living construction house. You could do a series. It would be like a media thing, but it would be like, this would be something people would tune into. I really do believe people would tune into, whether they be, environmentalist or what's the thing they call preppers, right? Like there's some combination of that. And there's a show Preppers where there's I've seen it.
It's good. I've got some ideas of it.
Yeah.
So, do you have this show over there? They've started I haven't seen it. They've started a television show of people watching television. Have you got this?
How meta.
I have not heard of this.
That's very meta.
While they watch television. So their televisions have a camera on them, and then so whatever they're watching, they then become the show, and you're watching people watch television. I am so ashamed of my country.
It's really for that. We do it. It's called the Nielsen ratings.
Yeah.
It determines what we get to see. It's why Firefly got canceled because
Star
they
Trek
didn't
got canceled.
Yeah, it's because they didn't just pull the people who are science fiction fanatics to see whether or not they liked the show. They just pulled the general public, who good portion of which can't give a damn about sci-fi.
I have intelligent friends. I know they're intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
People I've known 20 years. And they're watching this show of people watching television.
When webcams first came out.
If people can watch that crap, I mean, we can put anything on. And
Have you ever seen Drunk History?
I love Drunk History. It's like my favorite show.
I've never actually watched it. I've heard about it. I think I've seen like a trailer for it or something, but I've never. Pamela, are you familiar with Drunk History?
I've heard of it, but I don't like that.
Because I'm a huge fan of this, let me break it down real quick. You get, usually I'm assuming, an undergrad who has studied some person in history pretty thoroughly. Then you get them blitz drunk, ply them with shots, force them into a drinking game, and then ask them to talk about their thesis, basically. That's kind of what this is.
Oh, sounds like meeting words.
And so it's like, alright, so Nikola Tesla was brilliant. He alternating current, fucking nailed it. Fucking nailed that shit. He was working for he's working for what's his name? That fucker.
Edison.
Burned the Topsy, the fucking elephant, killed the elephant, right? That guy. And we got some backing, and he did some good shit, and this is what the show sounds like, right? It's fucking amazing. But then they have name actors, A-list actors, playing out portions of the scenario that they're talking about, and they kind of act it out for a few minutes. You got this A-list actors acting out the roles of the characters the guy's talking about, and then it's back to the guy puking in the toilet. You ever fucking thing that's awesome about Tesla is that
your camera is totally making this right now because it's going in and out of focus.
Yeah, and that's the show. That's totally the show. So it's partly this undergrad who's prepping for his thesis, getting blitz drunk, talking about his historical subject of study. And the aside is, filling in the gaps, is the story he's telling is getting acted out by like A-list actors, like top bill actors who are portraying the role of Tesla or Einstein or whoever he happens to be talking
Now
about.
you're making me want to see it.
No, seriously, this show is whoever came up with this is that much more brilliant than they should have been.
The person that came up with this was probably at a party with a history major that was drunk, and they were asking him about the things like, you know what, I'm going to pull out my cell phone and record this.
So what are we going to do to make money?
Well, it slightly reminds me of when I was doing This Week in Science Histories for TWIS.
What?
You know, there's like all these really amazing stories that don't get profiled. One of my favorites is Fleming, right? Inventor of penicillin, but doing it after.
Discovered it. He
What?
didn't do anything. Fleming discovered it.
Okay, so Pamela, your internet's slightly broken up, so now you sound like you're doing a drunk history. I can't tell you.
Fleming, Alexander Fleming, discovered penicillin, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't actually do anything with it. It was a couple of Australians who actually took his discovery and made it what it is today. He just went.
Okay. Hold up. Time out. That's how Australia tells the story. The actual story is. It was a couple of Americans who learned about it, and a Brit who might have been originally Australian smuggled it in their coat, the samples in their coat from Britain to the United States, where it became mass-produced.
You're tripping. No, he's on that $50 note. Can't think of his name, Harold or something. But
Yeah,
no,
you're right,
Fleming
you're
just
established that
I remember we
Justin
went
has
through this and
tripping
we ended up
in the
being correct at
past.
the end.
Yeah, I was
So we're kind of doing an episode of Drunk History right now.
There you go, Justin. If you want to have a Science Island reality show that gets good ratings, we have put everybody on LSD. You know how much what a house would look like, what a Science Island house would look like if it was built by everybody on LSD?
Okay. So are you tuned in? Okay. Everything is under control. Everything is under control. Everything's under control.
Sources.
We're all functioning on it.
There's an eye staring at me.
Listen to me. Everybody listen to the sound of my voice. We are all biological entities on a planet. Gravity is going to continue working now and into the future. None of us are going to float away. Gravity is going to keep us securely fastened to the planet. It's not going to stop. We're all going to remain on the planet. If you have any concerns, drink a little orange juice. Okay. If you feel like things are getting a little out of hand, drink a little orange juice.
I've got it.
It'll calm you right down.
Our claim to fame will be gravity plating. You just have to figure out a way to do it.
Oh, you know what? I know how we can make money.
You figured out how to make gravity plating? Because that's awesome.
I can have another baby, and this time we'll actually film it, and not have someone, you know, who refused to film it in the end because he was.
Actually, if you want to go that route, surrogate mothers make a lot of money.
Okay. If we back this whole conversation up, if you film the lead up to the pregnancy.
No.
I mean, let's just not cut
lead up
to
to
the
the
end.
conception or the pregnancy?
The real money.
No.
So, okay. If we can just be serious for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. If we can just take this down a notch.
Seriously.
Get a little real with it.
I had to climb a mountain twice in one day once because I left my phone at the top. And people are like, "Where's your phone?" And I'm like, you don't understand what's on the phone. I had to go back with the phone. climbed twice in one day. It nearly killed me, but I retrieved my phone.
I remember hearing about this story a year ago.
So I encountered something like this just very recently. It's a story I probably shouldn't tell. But the new high-speed internet Wi-Fi-less device in the household, the code that you need to, password that you need to plug in is written on the bottom of this thing. Yeah, it's kind of big, so I like lifted it up, tilted it up, put the camera under it, and took a photo of it. So then I could hold that up and say, okay, that's the number, and then I punched it into the phone, and everything works, right? So my son has his iPad. He's like, oh, what's the password? I'm like, it's somewhere here in the photos of my phone. So he's going through, and
really, Justin?
one photo
Really?
that probably shouldn't be in there.
They make apps for this, you know.
There's one photo in the group doesn't belong with the others. He's like, huh? I'm like, okay, that's the password. He's like, okay.
Well, mine was a couple of years. Oh no, it wasn't. How long was it before? It was about a year before I made my baby. So you know, it's all been deleted now. I don't have that phone anymore. It's all good. Oh, there might be a copy of it out somewhere. But I'm still friends with the person, so it's all right.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna do anything with it. I mean, whatever.
You wish.
That's the photo I was referring to. So, all right. So, here's another question. Who would actually move to Science Island?
I will. I'm tired of paying rent.
Right?
I'm seriously considering getting one of those, what's it called?
Condo?
Westfala vans.
Ugh.
Yeah, actually, Justin, if you put the word island in there, I'll pretty much move.
Yeah. So this is like, and the rent thing is ridiculous to me. I don't know if I talked about this last week. I may already have talked about this. But the triplex that I'm living in now is up for sale.
Yeah, you talked about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
and the mortgage on it is, if you broke it down, would be less than the rent I'm paying. But you have to be able to take on the $500 million mortgage. It's the whole scenario is ridiculous to me. And this one is actually sensible because there isn't homeowners association fees and all the rest of it. But I sort of feel like other people got to the planet ahead of us and bought it. And we showed up too late to like go and homestead, right? And so part of the whole Science Island thing to me is just the basic desire to go and homestead your own undeveloped land.
You can still homestead in Alaska.
Fuck Alaska, though. I mean, it may become slightly more habitable at some point in the future, but most of Alaska is bears, ice, and...
Let's homestead Antarctica. There's only penguins there, and a couple of foxes.
And part of it again is I want to have everything, right? So I want to have the removed from society land where I don't have to interact with the bullshit. But I also want to be able to be within a reasonable amount of driving time to like a major museum zoo, gallery, metropolis of, there's something about, it's like the Buddha story. When the Buddha is climbing the hill, runs into the bull, tames the bull, goes back up to the top of the hill, sits under the Bodhi tree, attains enlightenment, which is everything, which is nothing, which means everything, and he sort of figures out that's enlightenment. At the end of it, walks back down to the bottom of the hill and joins a group of butchers who are heading back to town to get drunk. Like, I want kind of the best of both worlds. I want to be able to jump into the insanity of a major metropolis and jump back out to the refuge of a sensible community. I want both. Is that too much to ask to want everything?
You can't have both, Justin. It's one or the other.
Actually, an idea you talked about, I think, is one good possibility, which is basically you have the Science Island community, and then you have another set of homes for people who can live there part-time or come there on vacation, and that's some source of money. That's a good idea.
So there is an element of it which I've almost pictured as creating kind of a resort-y getaway, and it may fit very well into the LSD weekends. Like, this might be like high-end, like, right? Like, corporate elites will be coming to Science Island for the LSD weekend retreat, right?
Oh, so you want to make a year-long Burning Man?
No, not a Burning Man. I don't want a whole bunch of people pissing in porta potties. But if we create a safe zone for people to experiment with hallucinogenics, that'll grab one crowd. If we have a music festival, that's another crowd. I could see it, like, it would be great to have a 12-month cycle of different big events that we're putting on, because it does a couple of things. One, it can produce an income for the island that pays the taxes, the rent, and the electricity bill or whatever, and the fund for building new shit. The other thing is it allows us to meet people that, being the remote Science Island, wouldn't allow you to meet otherwise. Yeah, there's all this internet and everything else we can meet people with. But if we attract a crowd, and a different crowd, we want a different crowd every month. We could have a 3-week-long yoga retreat. We could have a 3-week-long intensive immersion into physics, lecture after lecture. We could have a music festival of whatever sort, type, or form it is. Whatever these things are, we also are getting to be introduced to people, some of which may decide to stay, build their own tiny house on the island. It's another way of meeting more of your own kind, creating a community where you don't have to lock your doors, where you don't have to, where you can share more resources and be less isolated from your society. And
to be fair,
this is what the internet.
You don't have to lock your doors.
Huh?
To be fair, in most neighborhoods, you really don't have to lock your doors.
I don't know. Most that I've lived in, you do. Davis, for the most part, you don't, but you probably still should even. But here's like, and Ed, you were talking about I think it was you who brought up the criteria for being part of Science Island. I think a big part of it is self-selecting. I think a big part of it is, if you really want to take this on, you're probably one of us.
One of us.
Right? And that one of usness also is like, look at this group. How in the world would any of us encountered each other in a meat space world without the internet, without?
I'm too socially awkward to be meeting people in real life.
And I used to meet people all the time without interwebs, but still, like, we've gotten to hear more bullshit baggage and brilliance out of each other over a long period of time than we ever would have in regular old,
Meat space.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, I would have met none of you. None of us would have met any of us. Right?
Yeah, but you met Pamela in real life, didn't you?
No.
Oh, no?
No.
Feels like we have, but no.
Oh, I thought you guys met in Davis or something.
No.
Me and Pamela. Pamela, how did we? It was the what was that? Huh?
You tweet, because I was following you and Kirsten on Twitter because I've been listening to TWIS for a long time, and Kirsten was going to be away, and you put out on Twitter that you needed. I thought you needed like people to call in or something, so because you had to do the show on your own, right?
Oh yeah.
So,
I needed a co-host.
I volunteered, and so Naomi Most and I were on the show. And I made a dick of myself, and because I was really nervous. And then I made a dick of myself.
No.
Yeah, I did. And yeah, but you edited it, which I thought was very nice. And then the next time Kirsten was out of town or something, you asked me back again, and I went okay. And this is like at 2:30 my time in the morning, right? Yeah. Anyway. And and then we just started chatting. We found out we both like chess, so we started playing online chess together.
Oh, that's right. And you never won a game.
I think so.
No, I don't think you ever won. And so I got bored.
There you go. A chess tournament on LSD.
Yeah.
You never stood a chance.
Reality show.
And then you edited my book.
Yeah, and I still haven't read the version after you edited my edited version because I spent like a week solid on that without sleep. And then you said that you went and changed it at the end, so I have a copy of it. And that was like 5 years ago, and I still haven't read it.
Well, you found all the spelling mistakes. I had to edit some of the word structure because Australians just speak funny.
Right, yeah. Yeah,
And
but
then
you
you start some words that I took artistic license with.
ending.
When did you start meaningless words?
Start meaningless words because we were chatting it was like 1 a.m. my time or something. We were playing chess and talking, and the whole thing with Julian Assange was unfolding live, like right there. And so we had like the chat window and the chess window and the newsfeed window, and then basically Justin's like, oh, we need to do a show about this. So that's what
I think that's when I first saw you on the internet, Pamela. Was through meaningless words.
WikiLeaks was and still is very inspiring for what was the initial cause of meaningless words. Absolutely.
The reason that I even had a Twitter account, so I was able to see your tweet about needing a co-host, is because of WikiLeaks. So, because I was doing my counterterrorism and security degree from 2006 to 2009, and WikiLeaks was officially founded in January 2007. And in 2006, before it was called WikiLeaks, before it was anything, it was leaks.org then, and I believe that domain is still going. Julian Assange himself got the email addresses of every counterterrorism and security student and emailed us all and said, hey, I'm doing this, if you want to be in on it. And at the time, I had a mortgage and a partner and 2 dogs, and I couldn't just pick up and take off. And as it turned out, it's a good thing I didn't because I ended up having the perfect daughter later on. And anyway, but I kept an eye on them, and I joined Twitter specifically to follow WikiLeaks. So that's the only reason I even had a Twitter account, and then that's how it all leads on from there. And Justin had been following them as well. So then we started doing meaningless words, which is basically just our late night conversations, but recorded.
And then Pamela sent me the photo I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. But I've been on TWIS.
Are you talking about the NDAA photo thing?
No, that's only recent.
That's only update.
No, that was painted and taken by my friend who was also in the file that I had to rescue from the mountain.
Oh.
Yeah. So I sent that to him the other day. I said, I'm doing an assignment on this. And I said, should I put this on the cover? And yeah, he thought I should. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how it all started.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of thing that, again, I think the Science Island thing, Ed, won't require a huge amount of vetting. I think there's going to be a certain level of self-selection. Sort of like the early pioneers to leave Britain to come to the United States. May not have all had everything in common, but all agreed that fuck the British, fuck the royal, fuck the monarchy, right? I want my freedom to practice my religion or my freedom from religion, regardless of what it may be. And it has formed a more perfect union-ish over some span of time. For a while. It worked anyway.
My half-British daughter started growling when you said that.
Well, what kind of helped us there is we had the guns. The people living there didn't. And we had this humongous real estate of land. We just took it. And who's going to stop it? Anything I mean, when it came down to, was it Jamestown? Was the first settlement, and that failed for some reason. But the second time we came, Europeans came, we were prepared. And we had unlimited resources. Science Island right now, we're not exactly starting with we're starting with unlimited resources in brain power. Unlimited resources and actual cash money, not so much.
I say we claim the U.S. as Science Island and kick everybody out, just like they did originally.
I'm sorry, it's Brainifest Destiny this time around.
Yes. Yes.
Those with an IQ below this number, which is actually much lower than I initially wanted, but the consensus was to put it this low. Anybody below a 126 must now leave the island.
Oh, good, I can stay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think a better test is, I'm back to the LSD. You got to take the IQ test while on LSD.
That's so unfair because people will pass at much higher rates.
I'm out. I'm not taking any LSD, thank you. I'm not taking any drugs.
I took the IQ test when I was in elementary or middle school or something.
Yeah, I did just fine on my IQ test. Thank you very much. Without drugs.
Unfortunately, I'm not rated as a genius, but it's like, alright.
I took mine and it rated me as a sub-genius.
What's a sub-genius qualified?
It means you're going to be good at sales.
Yeah. And mine got me just barely in the genius category as well. So I have no desire to take any drugs.
I'm
I have no
13
problem with
points
that.
shy.
So okay. So let's recap tonight's progress in Science Island.
Ed is going to do research on the
Land trust.
Land trust.
Yes, land trust.
And then once he's done that, we're going to figure out how to get other people's money to go from their account to that account. Is that
Correct.
how that works?
Yeah.
Okay. So far, plan. Okay. Step 1, collect underwear.
Money.
Step 3, make profit. We've got it down so far.
So I can speak from experience that Creator Space, as a corporation, was able to pool member money together and, well, not buy real estate, but rent a space and get insurance and all that kind of stuff. So there's that route.
Have you seen, there's there's like a Holiday Inn or something in Maine that if you write a 200-word essay and pay $125, you can win it if you're the best essay?
You can win the Holiday Inn.
You can win it, own it.
Yeah, there's this other thing called the Publishers Clearinghouse Sweepstakes. And you can win like $1 million.
Oh, hey, I got it. All right. Are you familiar with Hackaday?
No, I'm not familiar with Hackaday.
Okay, there's a website called Hackaday, and they post hacks every day on how to do random stuff. Anyways, for the last couple of years, they've been doing the Hackaday contest, and the winner, first prize, is a suborbital flight, or the cash equivalent, which is $200,000.
Wow.
Now, I can't remember what the middle prizes are, but fifth place is a trip to tour of Shenzhen, China. And then there's like some laser cutters and stuff like that in there. But it's a product that can change the world. And so if we can design a product that can change the world, we'll get $200,000. And I haven't read the rules, so I don't know if we maintain the rights to manufacture the product ourselves, but
dude,
the more manufacturable it is,
dude,
the better chance.
Patrick, I got it.
Yeah.
A combustion engine that puts out 10 times the amount of carbon of any other combustion engine.
Yeah, that will change the world.
Yeah.
So we take off the catalytic converter?
Basically, that's all we got to do. Yeah.
All right.
And this will change the world.
No, and we market it as the engine for Mars.
Right. We're basically being somewhat ironic and sending a message at the same time. We will create the most polluting engine possible. I think it's the straight six from the old Jeep Wrangler. That's actually what we're recreating.
Justin, that's great. We won't get any money from hacks, but we certainly will get something from the car companies.
Well, not the car companies. The Koch brothers might agree. But no, the irony of the invention is a political statement at the same time, right? We're saying this is how you change the world, by emitting carbon. And by doing so, we mean that we're aiding global warming, and we're creating a whole message within a message within a message. This is, I think, a brilliant idea. I think we could totally do this. Find out the way to create an extra carbon-emitting combustion engine.
You're not just a pretty face. That's brilliant.
Right? Oh, thank you for finally admitting that I have a pretty face.
I've always said that. You just have to sit there and look pretty, and I run the rest of the show.
I think we agreed about that on Science Island. All I have to do is
just sit there and look pretty, sweetheart.
I'll just try. I'm trying as hard as I can.
But you're not just a pretty face. I think that's a really good plan.
So, but do we realize what is the threshold? What is the threshold we need? I think the $200,000 mark is enough to not only secure land, but also drop a well and put in a sizable number of porta potties.
Well, it depends where we're putting this place.
It's got to be California. I'm telling you. Trust me.
I don't know. I'm going for the middle of the country, cheaper land, middle of the country.
I know the cheaper
college.
Not in the floodplain. Okay. If we do this, it has to be like right where the flood line is going to be, so we have a beachfront property eventually.
Absolutely. Actually, so there's this. Oh, what is it? Camillo.
Hey, if we do it right. Hey, if we do it right and we put ourselves like on a mountaintop that's going to get flooded around it, we will have an island eventually.
Exactly. There is a spot already there, and there's this whole region in Northern California. North of San Francisco, there's this mountain ridge that goes all the way up the coast. And most of it is within 5 miles of the ocean, and currently is is wilderness. It's redwood trees and windy logger roads to get up to. And it's the kind of area you can get that 100 acres for 100 thou, right? There's a reason for California, Ed, because in the aftermath of everything and anything, you got to be able to choose your neighbors. This is location, location, location. Northern California has the perhaps highest density in the United States for liberal-minded science, pro-science, what have yous, that you're ever going to find. This is who we want for our neighbors. We don't want the kind of neighbors who are going to rally around the 4x4 pickup trucks and the shotguns to come take us out at the first sign of trouble. That's not who we want for neighbors. It's what we get for everything that's a red state is out. Just has to be out. I don't mean that from a political perspective. I mean that from an education perspective. Every red state is off limits.
What about Colorado? What is it? I mean, you have Phil Plait.
I don't like
Colorado. There's a college town.
I like the scenery in Colorado, but I don't like Colorado in general.
Colorado has the Naropa Institute of Jack Kerouac's Disembodied Poets Institute. It's beautiful, wonderful place. It also has, second only to perhaps Seattle for an industrial military complex. It's where we develop all of our drones and our guided missiles.
It's also where you get all the uranium from.
Yeah, uranium farms. And Colorado is a complex, convoluted place. It is both ultra-liberal and ultra-conservative. That place is going down in flames.
They banned powdered alcohol, I saw, but they have marijuana legalized, don't they?
Yep.
Like I say, very conflicted. This is a powder keg, Colorado. California is I think of, and I could be wrong, but I think of California as the global epicenter. We like to use the word epicenter because we understand it because it has to do with earthquakes. It's the global epicenter of the peace, love, and freedom movement. Plus, we've got Berkeley, which is both hippies and science. California's got a little bit of everything that is good and positive about planet Earth.
Oregon.
We got the negatives. We got the downs.
Oregon. I've been watching Portlandia. Come on, Oregon is the greenest state in the whole entire country.
Yeah, but it's just too racist.
Racist?
Yeah.
That I have not heard.
Yeah. Portlandia. Look at the show. It's all white people. It's all who lives in Portland. It's a bunch of skinheads and liberal hippies. Again, conflict.
I don't know.
I
don't know. Well, you might be right about. Oh, let's see.
Listen, Ed. If you said if once we raised the funds, you said the land trust could only take place in mid to northern Oregon, which is Portlandia-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be right there with you. Although I do like that stretch of coastal Northern California because one, the coast is nicer than the coast that they have in Oregon. Oregon coast is all rocks. It's just crap. California coast still has beaches. California coast has decent redwoods. And it's a subtropical or is it a tropical environment? It's rainfall like 200 days out of the year. It has plenty of rain. It has nice coastal temperate, and you don't have to add too much to the soil. Oregon's rough. You can't even keep.
Pamela's been eaten by a monster.
Pamela, what have you been eating, girl?
She's getting ready for the Science Island reality show. We're all in costume.
Ooh, sock puppets of Science Island.
So Ed, if you went Oregon with it, I'd have very little. I'd be able to put up very little argument for that.
I don't know if I had a choice. I'm not thinking. Well, I'm thinking of Science Island, but if I had a choice, Portland's my #1 city right now.
Okay, so I love Portland.
And it's got to be
Portland
cheaper.
is a confluence of 5 universities. I got to see Dick Dale play at a small venue. They've got more dive bars than any place else on the planet. Portland is a city I have mad love for, so I could go with Portland. I think if you went a little south of there, to the Northern California region, you would get decent tracts of land, but I bet you the building code is actually easier in Oregon. Yeah, I'd be with you, Ed. I think Portlandia could easily be a well thought out Science Island destination. I'd be right there for it. I'd be all for it. Plus no sales tax, which would fucking rock. Although, but they make it up with property tax. That might be the downside. Owning shit might be harder in Portland than in California.
There's no sales tax? Like no state sales tax?
No sales tax. If the damn thing says it's 99 cents, you give them $1, they give you a penny back.
Is that because the sales tax is built into it, or because there actually is no sales tax?
There actually is no sales tax.
Because I'm under the opinion that I'm fine with sales tax as long as the price on the sticker is the actual price when you get to the register.
So if gas is $3.48 a gallon, and you've put 1 gallon of gas in your tank, you pay $3.48.
Yeah. What's
interesting though, and this is I had to find out the hard way because I almost got into a fight over this. There is also a law that you cannot pump your own gas.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's sort of like a union-y thing that they decided, like, we still want gas attendants. I don't know what
New Jersey has that as well.
But to keep people employed. But, so I pulled up, and the guy came out to fill up my gas. I was like, oh, because in California at the time we had something called self-serve, which everything is self-serve now. But there was a day when you would pull up the gas tank, and either somebody would put the gas in your tank for you, and you would pay a little premium for this, or you would just fill your own tank in the self-serve line, and the gas was a little cheaper. So anyway, I pulled up, and this guy is like coming out to put gas in my tank. I'm like, whoa! I pulled up. I was looking for the self-serve. I might have pulled up in the wrong. He's like, this is all full service. He's like, but I don't want to pay the extra. He's like, it's not extra. I was like, really? That's okay. That's cool. He's like, yeah. He's like, and if you're drinking a beer, we'll hold your beer for you too. So Oregon, I have a mad love for Oregon. I have madder love for California, but Oregon will do.
My only question about Cal Davis would be cost, really.
So Cal Davis region is out. Cal Davis is too expensive because what surrounds the UC Davis is ag land, which because of all the development is at an extra premium. So you're talking a 10 multiplier on acreage that you would find anywhere else, right? Anywhere near Davis, completely out. Some of the properties that I was posting on the Facebook there, one of them had AT&T T1 whatever optical line running through it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was like 100 acres for 100 grand, but it happened to have this line running through it, which means we could have tapped high-speed internet. It's up near it's the eastern side of the Clear Lake region. The whole Clear Lake County is very inexpensive. And it's just north of the Davis region, not directly connected to any university. There was one Amador County site that I posted, which is really rugged, tree-filled land.
Where'd you post all this at?
State. And also in Amador County, which means we might find gold under the ground. I mean, this is the original. This is the thrust of the gold country from the gold miner days. Other land that was tossed about. Some of it is southern, somewhat coastal. there's an inland that is near the San Luis Obispo and Monterey County region. It's a little on the dry side. Some well prospects, but very close to beautiful coastland. Some of the most gorgeous coastland on planet Earth, making striking distance. But elevated and hilly, so maybe it will be the coast, based on the map where we just got. I mean, the reason I push for California partly is because I know the landscape, so I kind of understand what regions would be functional, what the rainfall is there locally. And when I'm talking California, it's like I'm saying, Ed, I understand the entire eastern seaboard. California is an entire seaboard of the United States. Like, I'm going from north to south. I know what rainfall looks like. I know what the general population, political, environmental thing is there. The thing that's tough in California is always California has really strict building laws. You know, Colorado has earthships. New Mexico, Arizona have earthships. California doesn't have them yet. Okay. And that's one of those things that I kept thinking, like, this is... But it all comes down to your local builder. Your local, what do you call it? Building inspector. If you can bribe them properly or convince them properly that you've got a decent idea and you're going to be off the grid enough, then... But some of those properties, there's some Lassen properties. There's properties up near Mount Shasta, which is technically a volcano waiting to happen, but still an iconic source of fresh water and many spring water, bottled spring waters. There's a lot of land out there. Part of the reason I like California is somewhat coastal. I mean, it can be coastal.
Have you ever lived anywhere else except California?
Huh?
Have you ever lived anywhere else except California?
Yeah, but not for very long, because it wasn't California.
I mean, I'm getting back to why are you eliminating Australia, let's say? In Australia, legally, we can have our own principality.
Right.
The land's going to be a lot cheaper. They've got universities.
Right. Australia is about 3 to 4 years away from becoming a complete fascist dictatorship. The human rights in Australia isn't a given. Political rights, free speech, is not guaranteed under any constitution.
I'll be prime minister by then. I'll fix it all.
And you become that, Pamela, and I will become your first lady. I will move there and become your first lady. I promise you this. Australia is becoming more and more right-wing conservative every year, and it's spreading throughout this nation. California is the one state of the union. Okay, so do you understand what the 13 states, of which Connecticut is a member, by the way, Ed? The 13 environmental states, the smog regulation, environmental regulation, you understand what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So California negotiates or creates or sets out, this is what is required from vehicle emissions, industrial emissions, whatever else emissions. These are our environmental standards, state of California. There's 13 other states that pick those up that just basically go ditto what California said. And these states have a different regulation system involved. It's like a state within a state, you know. Or a state within the nation is these 13 states. It's a sort of union of states. It's 13. That's the original colonies. This is like colony within the United Nations or within the United States. Sorry. That just sort of follows the progressiveness of California. And I think being part of the leader of progressiveness in America is kind of an important thing. And I think if we can pull it off here, that says a lot. If we can pull it off in Oregon, that's great too. The only thing that sucks is that the economy in Oregon won't propel us as far. If we can create an off-the-grid community within California, but our members of our community can commute out a short distance and earn a 20-fold return on their time versus if we left our off-the-grid in Oregon and we're working in a community where the average wage was below the minimum wage of California. This is kind of what I'm talking about. I don't know if you get this, Ed. Does that make sense?
I understand. You've got to balance out money coming in with having enough with budget. Money coming in versus expenditures.
Right.
Those two things have to balance out.
And if we could create a science
people to move here.
Right.
These are people who are going to be quitting their jobs. Some of them might be high, particularly if they're intelligent. I mean, Patrick's going for this other job. Is he going to be willing, or somebody like Patrick being willing to, to move to a place?
Yeah, because his job is going to be somewhere in Florida, and he realizes Florida won't be there in 20 years. So,
no, this job is Los Alamos.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. But part of the California thing, Ed, is if you can create this off-grid, rent-free-ish community of intelligent people that can commute an hour and a half to go to San Francisco, which has a rent that's 20-fold the rest of the country, right? The income you earn from working in a place like that is equally 20-fold where you would earn it anywhere else for the same skill set. Whatever you do in Kansas, if you do it in San Francisco, they pay you 20 times as much because they've got, because of the cost of living and everything else.
That's like working in Switzerland and living in France.
Yeah. So if we can create the island in California, this is kind of the point. This is part of the point of the island, is if you can create it within the excess of a community that's got a completely different economy than the rest of the planet, the earnings that they can make with the time visiting the outside world translates to much more addition to the science island than if they were in the middle of nowhere, literally trying to interact and do their job in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. I got that.
It's a slightly more. I haven't done it just out of nostalgia. I'm not a very nostalgic person. I would give up nostalgic things immediately. But the idea that you could create a Northern California hub for creative, intelligent people who could go interact with areas which, New York City will pay you more than anything, but I don't imagine from my experience there that there's anywhere that hasn't been absolutely developed within hundreds of miles of a...
Actually, Connecticut has the worst real estate market in the country. We have a city. Now, I don't recommend moving to Connecticut. I do not recommend
What is the biggest
We have
city?
Yale University, New Haven. New Haven has Yale University. It has very cheap property.
Really?
It has
university town with cheap property.
Plays used to go to New Haven first before they went to Broadway. They have one of the best art museums in the country. You got the Rockefeller Art Center, which is in New Haven. You've got one of the most historical cities in the country, New Haven, Connecticut. So you have a lot going for you. Not a lot of jobs. You have to commute to New York City. So that's where, if you had people living in this community in New Haven, and then maybe, like you say, half of them or a group would commute to New York and make buckets of money in New York. But Connecticut has a high-tax state. Highest gasoline tax in the country, I believe. 7% sales tax. A state income tax of 4.5%.
You have a 7% sales tax?
Yep.
That's insane.
Yes, it is.
Do you know what it's like out here?
10%.
8.5.
Really?
If you go down to the Bay Area, it's like up to 9.5, and like Alameda.
I thought we were worse than you.
No. You guys have the lowest sales tax in my region.
Wow.
I haven't sold a car to somebody who lives in anything less than a 7.5% in a long time.
Do you have a state income tax? We have 4.5% state income tax.
I actually have no idea what the difference between the state and the local is.
Okay.
But yeah, 7% would be the lowest I've ever sold a car to, if even that. And nobody around it. Like the lowest sales tax I've heard of is 7.5 around here in this state. So you live in this low tax state, and yet your real estate is cheap. Well, now I think we know the reason: lack of tax dollars going to infrastructure.
It's also, I mean, if you're not looking for work, Connecticut's a great state to go to. Connecticut has the lowest job expansion rate in the country, and is near dead last. And there are more people leaving Connecticut than are coming in. So,
Texas, Houston has 8.25% sales tax.
yeah. Wow.
So Nebraska only has 7 or 6.
I believe we pay at least 30 cents extra on state tax on gasoline. I know when everybody else's our gas prices are higher than just about any other state in the country. That I'm sure of. And it's mostly because of the income tax on gasoline. Not income tax, state tax on gasoline.
I'd be all for more tax on gas. They could fix the roadways, all the infrastructure.
Another problem with Connecticut is that because people are leaving, you have a smaller base to pay the property taxes. So either the property taxes go up and people won't vote for higher property taxes. So what happens is the roads are falling apart. The infrastructure is falling apart.
That's true everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
There are 3 people that are not interacting on this conversation anymore. Isn't it like 4 a.m. over there?
It is 4:12 a.m.
Usually you've ducked out by now.
Well, last week I had to duck out because I had another hangout on Saturday, so I had to spend Friday to prepare for it. And it was a 3 p.m. hangout with Brian. This weekend I've got nothing. But you know what we're gonna get this week in March? More freaking snow. We got a storm coming.
There was a village in Italy or something that had 100 inches of snow in 24 hours.
Wow.
Or like 96 inches of snow in 24 hours.
4 hours. No, Boston must have had about at least 8 to 9 feet of snow so far this winter, but it didn't obviously come in one storm.
Yeah. My friend's up there right now. Not Boston, but like an hour. Providence. It's only an hour outside of Boston, so it's not that far away.
I've only been to Providence. Well, I don't think I've ever been to Providence. I've been to the Vanderbilt Museum place, where there's a college that's a cooking college of some sort, I believe. That's nice. You had that mall, I remember. That was in Rhode Island, but I don't know.
I think that was in Providence, actually.
That was in Providence.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do I know about Rhode Island? Used to be run by the mafia. You didn't see too many politicians in Rhode Island that didn't have Italian names. So. I don't know about now, though. It used to be pretty corrupt. That's right, you got a college. You got a
There's a few colleges there actually. There's the Rhode Island
Providence
School of
is a Catholic
Design.
college, I think. I don't know if it's Jesuit or the other Catholic teaching order, but Providence College might be, I think, a Catholic college.
Oh, I don't know about that, but they have the Rhode Island School of Design, Industrial Design, which is one of the best design schools in the country. I've considered trying to get in, but I don't really want to do school anymore. I don't really like structured education.
Our educational system, colleges cost way too much money. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think I might duck out and go back to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this will be my last degree. I might do like some PhD stuff, but I'm not going to have a degree. I'm too old for this stuff.
Well, you've cut back on your courses, though, right, Pamela? You were taking 2.
Yeah, but I was taking 2, but the other one that I've cut, I wasn't really enjoying it. The way it was structured, it's just yeah. Whereas the one I'm continuing with, it has a lot more room for me. You know what I mean? A more personal input.
Right.
Pamela, I thought your whole thing was to be a perpetual student.
Yeah, it was. But you know what? I'm 35 in a month, and I'm kind of getting over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got over that a while ago.
What, 35?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long time ago. All right, I've got to go sleep now because it's late-ish. And I'm the earliest.
I noticed you've had a bottle in your hand for quite a while lately.
Yeah. Do you need an intervention?
No. So Ed, you've got step 1 ahead of you.
Okay.
And next we meet, you don't have to have it all figured out, but maybe some potential solutions. And then we'll take up phase 2 once we have the vehicle into which the phase 2 can be placed.
What you said, except with a little more sense. Okay,
Yeah.
I got that. Maybe the words a little bit more in the correct order or something.
And have you found someone to marry me for a green card and have a baby with? They don't necessarily have to be the same person.
I've got several thinkers. So this is gonna be the easiest. Trust me, this is much easier than figuring out land trust or financial. This is not going to be hard.
Stick around.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good
I'll
night.
see you next week.
I'm going to bed too. I'll catch you guys in